to be a long, long evening. So I guess before I start, and I should start quickly, I really should not delay or wait too long, because we're gonna be here a while. So before I start, just a few things. Chat should be on screen, but alerts are gonna be off for the entire stream. I am recording this for YouTube, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a recording, stop, take a break, get some water, drink, do the thingies, then stop, then start, stop, etc. until we get through all of the classes and all of the cards and all of that other nonsense. So it's going to be a little bit different from what I usually do, but mostly it's just going to be me yapping over children's cards for an unforeseen amount of time. But it'll be fun, I think. It'll be fun for me. I love watching card reviews. So hopefully hopefully I can do a good one. I'm pretty confident. I've played a little bit of Take-Two in my day. So yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna take a sip, and we will get right into this. Gotta put my YouTuber voice on. Alrighty. Okay, let me just go ahead and start recording. Let's start recording. I know YouTube's gonna have a fun, but I need a recording. The recording button's not working. That's fine. I love already having tech issues before I even start. Hotkeys. There we go. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Whew. And 1, 2. Hello, my name is Lynn Skelton, and welcome to my Shadowverse Take-Two card review and tier list. I am going to be going over every single card available in Shadowverse's first 2 expansions. That is Legends Rise and Infinity Evolved Infinity. I don't even remember what they called it. But we're going to be going over every single card from every single class, and we're going to be rating them on a scale of 1 to 5. As you can see over here, I have an explanation for what the ratings mean, so that doesn't, and I'm going to explain a little bit about Take-Two first. So Take-Two is Shadowverse's limited format, kind of like Draft and Magic, but a little different since you're not drafting against other people. Basically, you're going, when you start a Take-Two run, you will see 2 pairs of cards, one on the left, one on the right, and you're going to be picking pairs. You will do this 15 times until you have a 30-card deck, and then you will use that 30-card deck to play up to 7 wins or 2 losses, whichever happens first, and you'll get rewards based on your win streak. There are a few, if you've played Take-Two in Shadowverse 1, there are a couple of differences between 1 and 2, most notably in 2. You no longer have a choice of 3 classes. You can pick any class you want, and when you are in class selection, you will also see your first 2 picks. So you will get to see basically what your legendary options look like, and you can possibly make your class decision based on that. But ultimately, your legendaries, while good, are probably not going to be the reason you are picking a particular class, as we'll go over in the actual video. So, who am I? What gives me the right? What gives me the responsibility to make a tier list on Take-Two? Well, I have been a Shadowverse 1 player since open beta before it had a Steam client, and Take-Two was my format of choice for the entirety of Shadowverse's lifespan. I may not have ever gotten the Challenge Master flair, but that is mostly because I did not play consistently every single set since it was introduced. Take-Two was pretty much all I've played, and by the end of Shadowverse's lifespan, when I finally checked out of the game and they announced Worlds Beyond, I had an average of about 3.7 to 3.8 wins per run, which is not as bad as it sounds, because in Shadowverse 1 you went to 5 wins, not to 7. So I had a pretty decent win rate across every single class, and when it comes to limited formats, I'm generally better than them than I am at Constructed. Take-Two will play a little bit differently than Constructed, not only because the classes you see are going to be different, but because Take-Two is far more of a value game than it is anything else. So cards that are basically removal on a stick, cards with bodies that remove things are extra good. Removal as a whole is kind of premium. Finishers like Orcus, Kaitis, etc. are way better in every class and actually playable. You are going to be seeing games go to turn 10. You are going to see games going past turn 10. People are going to be clearing boards. There's going to be tempo wars during Evo turns, and people are going to be running out of cards. So card draw is also at a much higher premium, especially because every card is 30 decks. So you are going to sift through pretty much your whole deck, if not, 80-90% of it, unless something has gone horribly, horribly wrong and you've bricked. So the games are a little slower. Aggro is not nearly as good unless you are very lucky and specifically get to draft for aggro. But we'll go over that in the actual tier list, because some classes can do it. Most classes cannot. For most classes, you're gonna wanna play the slow game. You're gonna wanna play the tempo game. You're gonna wanna outvalue your opponent, get more resources than them, and pretty much everyone's gonna run out of Evos, Super Evos, and whatever sticks on the board, well, that's usually what's gonna win you the game. Curve is very important in Take-Two. If you do not curve out, you will be punished very hard, possibly much harder than if you don't curve out in Constructed. If you're Rune, this is especially important because you will most likely not have Angrea coin Evo to save you from, getting screwed over on turns 2, 3, and 4. So you do have to draft and play appropriately. So I'm gonna go over the number ranking now. Ones are cards that you really do not want in your deck. You do not want to pick them, and if a 1 comes up in the same pairing as a 5, there may be situations where you want to avoid picking one of the always picks just to, pick a 4 and a 3, for example. Sorry. You're gonna wanna go with consistency over just pure strength, because sometimes you're not gonna see your bomb and you are gonna see your 1 out of 5, and generally you want as few 1 out of 5s as you can. Unfortunately, because of the nature of Take-Two, there is a high chance you're gonna see some 1 out of 5s in your deck. You're probably gonna see 1 out of 5s in your opponents. and it's not because they drafted badly. It's because sometimes you just got no choice. You got to take what you're given. 2s are better than they sound here. A 2 is a mediocre filler card. You're never like super happy seeing it, but you're never really super upset with it. You'll play it. It's gonna make up the backbone of your deck. These are usually like curve fillers, your 3s, things like even on the screen, things like Seraphic Tiding. That's a solid like 2 out of 5. Like you'll play it. You're not gonna be happy about it, but you're not gonna cry yourself to sleep over it. A 3 is very good filler, or cards that are 3s are going to be what you want your deck to be mostly made out of, because you're not getting 5s every single pick. 3s are just very solid picks. You're gonna draft a lot of them. You're gonna see a lot of them. They're gonna do good work for you. You're not gonna regret having them in your deck. Sometimes they'll win you games, but generally it's just gonna be your curve cards, your overall like decent value bodies. Grimnir over here, for example. It's a good example of a 3. Mammoth. Mammoth is a solid 3. 4s are key cards and things that you want to pick as often as possible. Cards that are going to give you significant value, draw you cards, clear boards, remove things. Cards that are going to get you ahead. Usually these are going to trade at least 2 for 1. Maybe 3 for 1 if you're lucky. But you're never going to be unhappy with them. You will take them pretty much every time. For neutrals, I guess Divine Thunder would be like a 4. It's a very good pick. Remove something, can clear a board for you. And 5s are going to be your bombs, things that you want as many of in every single deck. This is going to be what's going to win you the game. When you play this, your opponent's going to cry. They're going to want to quit. Sometimes they might just not have an answer for it. 5s are cards like Orcus, where you're going to want to draft as many Orcuses as humanly possible. And anything else like Zirconia, Gildaria, cards like that. Things that when you drop them, your opponent basically has to have an answer, and if they don't answer your bomb, then more than likely they are probably just dead straight off the bat. So, with that said, let's go ahead and get into the actual card review, starting with the neutral cards, featuring our good boy, the Twin Blade Goblin. I am going to read all the cards in case someone's like listening to this as a podcast, for example, because I know that that's what I do. I like listening to set reviews when I fall asleep, so falling asleep to this, you go, I guess. So we're going to start off with Twin Blade Goblin, which is a 1/1 for 1. That if there is a super evolved allied follower on the field, you pick an enemy follower and deal it 4 damage. Generally, it's a 1-drop, but you're never gonna really want to play it as a 1-drop. It's a 1-drop that you want to drop on like turn 6 and 7, which makes it not really that good, because at that point you want to be using all of your mana as often as possible. You're not gonna wanna save an extra mana just for something that might not even kill like a super evolved follower, because at that point you're basically fighting super evolve for super evolve. Yeah, it might snipe something off the board, but if it's sniping something off the board, then it's probably not sniping like something major. It's not like the worst thing you can be doing, but it's also not the best. So our boy here is gonna get a 2 out of 5. He's filler. You will end up picking him. You're not gonna hate him. He'll occasionally clear out some minions for you, but it's not really something that you're looking for when you're building a Take-Two deck. Indomitable Fighter is a 2-mana 2/2 and for enhanced 4. He gets +3/+3, so you can either drop him on 2 mana as a 2/2 for a curve, or as a 4-mana 5/5. This card is a lot better than it seems on the surface. Some classes do not have a good turn 4. See Portal, for example. Rune also doesn't really have that many good turn 4s. So this card is going to be a pretty decent role model for you. He's getting a 3 out of 5. You're gonna play him. Ideally, if you can, you want to save him for the turn 4, because some classes just can't deal with a turn 4 5/5. And if you're going second and you drop a 4-mana 5/5 on turn 3, Sometimes that just means you get to evo for and hit face for 7, which can be game winning. Sorry. It is a very good card. You're never gonna hate having it. Super flexible. Will do basically what you want. In the neutral slot. I think in Take 2 you get to draft neutral. You should be able to draft neutrals twice, maybe 3 times. I will correct this once the actual appearance rates come out. But yeah, Indomitable Fighter, super solid. Decent pick. Never gonna hate having him around. Leah, Bellringer Angel, our favorite ding dong, is a 2-mana O2 with last words with ward and last words draw a card. And if you evo her, you get to draw a card. She is also a decent little curve filler, a 3 out of 5. She will help you sift through your deck. She will help you find your bombs, and in the worst case scenario, she could potentially eat a lethal. In the best case scenario, she could potentially eat a lethal attack. She's a very solid minion, decent on curve, solid leader. You're probably never gonna want to actually evolve her. If you're evolving her, then you're doing it for card draw, or because your opponent set out something that you must clear. But you'll play her, you'll like her. She's not gonna be anything super special for you. She'll be cute, she'll say ding dong, and she'll draw you a card, which is sometimes all you really need. Following up, we have Ruby, Greedy Cherub, which is a 2-mana 2/2, which you can select a card in your hand, return to your deck, and draw a card. So this is card replacement, and card replacement in Take 2 is actually a lot better than you would think it is. This is a 4 out of 5. This is one of the best neutral 2-drops that you can actually pick, because you can fix your hand, which is something in Shadowverse that is very hard to do. If you open her early, she can replace one of your high costs with something that fits better on curve. She slots at pretty much any point where, you want to search for something, you want to dig for a better card. She is very, very good. She's seen a lot of play in Constructed. You're going to be very, very happy seeing her in Take 2. She's going to do super, super good work for you. And she's going to fix a lot of really nasty, bad curves that could have otherwise lost you the game. Very, very, very good. She's also going to be, I think, slept on, because she reads not that great, but she plays so, so good. I think people are going to sleep on her and not pick her as often as they really should. But yes, pick her often. You will win games off her ability. Not all the time, but sometimes. Dildo, Lionheart Ward is a 2-mana 2/2 that on evolve, just select an enemy follower and destroy it. In Constructed, he sees a lot of play because you can just get rid of a priority target on Evo turn. In Take 2, he is solid, but not quite as good. In Take 2, you really want to be using your Evos on things that will greatly advance your board or give you insane 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s. Dildo can be a tempo 2-for-1. And he can, of course, with an Evo point, snipe basically whatever you want, including a super Evo minion. But he's not... You don't want to super Evo him. If you draw him late, he's nowhere near as good as he should be. So he gets a 3 out of 5. Again, he's not bad by any means. He's just not as good as he is in Constructed, because you won't really have the scenarios you do in Constructed. If you're losing the value game by a lot, Dildo's not going to get you out of that hole, unfortunately. He's also just a really, really bad top deck in the late game. Still, 3's not bad. If you see him as your gold, you're not super disappointed, but you're also not super happy. Charetta, Angelic Maid, is a 2-mana 2/2 with Ward, and if you've unlocked Super Evolution, so turn 6-7, give this follower +0/+3. So she's a 2/5 Ward on a Super Evo turn, or a 2/2 Ward on a curve turn. Just a solid Ward minion. In most decks, she'll be a 2 out of 5. You'll pick her. You're not gonna hate her. She'll do her job. The only exception to this is in Haven. And in Haven, she will be a 3 out of 5 because Haven has additional synergies with Ward. So if you're playing Haven and you draft your Wilbert, you have your Ether, then you're probably going to want to pick this a little bit higher than usual just because of that extra Ward synergy. This is going to apply for every Ward card. I'm not always going to put, the if Haven, then add a point. But you can always just add a point to your to any Ward follower if you're playing Haven and have drafted Wilbert, because you're gonna want to prioritize wards way higher in that case. Moving on, Nikar and Yafinhar Firestorm Duo. It's a 2-mana 2/2 with Enhance 5, evolve this follower, and with Last Words, if it is evolved, deal 4 damage to a random enemy follower. This is a lot better in Take 2 than it is in Constructed. It's seen a little bit of Constructed play, not so much anymore. In Take 2, this is a 4 out of 5. You almost never want to play this on turn 2. If you're playing this on turn 2, it means that you really, really, really need to fill your curve. There are going to be games where you do that. Yes, a free evolution in Take 2 is so good and can help you a lot with tempo. You evo it, it becomes a 4/4, you run it in, and it can either snipe off a really big minion, can kill an 8 follower, can kill an 8 health super evolved minion without spending a super evo, can snipe off something smaller. This is very, very good. This is one of the best golds in Take 2. Anything that gives you a free evo or free resources in general should always be taken very, very highly. Yafinhar here is no exception. Super good card. Dark Side is a 2-mana spell. Select a follower on the field and give it +2/-2. It is removal, but it is removal that is a filler at best. It is more flexible than some removal because you can use it on your own followers to, push a little bit of extra face damage sometimes. If you're playing Rune, this is a potential spell boost, but if you're drafting heavy spell boost in Rune, something's already gone wrong in your draft, and this isn't going to save you. It's okay. You're going to pick it sometimes because it's bronze. It's going to have a much higher appearance rate than, the really good neutral cards. You're going to pick it. Sometimes it'll kill a minion early. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes you'll get lethal from it, but it's not something that you're that you should super prioritize. If you have it, it'll, occasionally do something for you. It's not a never pick. It's not bad, but it's not really advancing your game state. Detective Lens, a 2-mana amulet with Engage. Destroy this card, select an enemy follower on the field, and remove word from it. Congratulations, Detective Lens, you are our first 1 out of 5. This is a 2-mana amulet that does not affect the board in any way, shape, or form. And if you are playing this, then the other card in that set must have been a 5 out of 5 that needs to win you the game. You never ever want to draft this, and if this is part of a pair, then you should highly consider picking a different pair. This ability is almost never relevant in the very, very, very niche situation where this removes a ward and lets you kill and lets you go for lethal. Congratulations, I guess you've gotten the most value you possibly could have. Good job. No, avoid picking this at all costs. This is easily, if not the worst, then angling for being the worst card in Take 2. Probably the worst card in Constructed also. Don't pick it. Just don't pick it. Area Lux Minstrel, a 3-mana 3/3 with Evo, restore 2 defense, and Super Evo, restore 4 defense. For a basic card, this is actually pretty decent. This will do a solid job of curve filling for you and gain you a little bit of extra HP if you're low. You're probably not super evoing this unless you're really desperate. But the thing is, in Take 2, 3-mana 3/3s are absolutely fine. Solid curve filler. Diet Norman or Sylvia? Yes, very, very, very Diet Norman. Um, she'll be fine for you. You'll play her on 3. More than likely, she'll just trade up or, kill a 2-drop, and you're happy with that. That's all she really needs to do. If she gains you some extra value, great, but it's not. It's whatever. You're never gonna hate her. You're never gonna, cheer for joy that you're getting her, but you'll play her. You'll like her. Sometimes you'll have no choice, and she'll do what she needs to do for you. Vigilant Detective, a 3-mana 3/3 with last words, add a detective lens to your hand. Just like our girl, Sylvia? Not Sylvia, just like our girl, Ariette. This is a 3 out of 5. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with a very, very, very minor upside. Usually that upside is not going to be relevant, like I mentioned in Detective Lens. The lens itself generally does nothing for you, but you'll play a 3-mana 3/3. A 3-mana 3/3 with no text is perfectly fine in Take 2. It'll fill your curve, which is what you want her to do. No more, no less. Just solid minion. Whoop. Apollo, Heaven's Envoy, is a 3-mana 1/2. With Fanfare, deal 1 damage to all enemy followers, and evolve, replicate the effects of its Fanfare. So on evolve, it hits the board for 2, and it hits the board for 1 on 3. As a card on curve, this is not a good card. It is a severely understated minion, but it is a 4 out of 5. This is one of the best neutrals that you can draft. Sword is going to be a very, very popular class in Take 2 at release. You are going to want cards to clean up night tokens. If you're playing into Forest, you're going to want cards to clean up fairies. If you're playing into Portal, sometimes cleaning up some, puppets or 1-health minions is going to be very relevant. This is a very good card. It's going to see a lot of play. It's seen a lot of constructed play already. Probably will continue to see play for as long as it is legal. The ability to just clean up a board is super solid. You'll be very happy seeing an Apollo in your draft. He's going to do a lot of good work for you, and because of how much Sword is going to be running around, this gets extra value. With less Sword, he becomes significantly worse. If Sword gets pushed out of the meta a lot, this would probably drop down to a 3. But for Take 2's release, when it's gonna be basically Sword and Portal Crowd galore, pick him very, very highly. Honestly, might even be better than some 5 out of 5s in some situations, specifically against Sword. Grimnir, Heavenly Gale. On Fanfare, you gain a crest. He is a 2/3 with ward, and the crest says, at the end of your turn, if there is a super evolved ally follower on your field, deal 2 damage to all enemy followers. Grimnir sees a little bit of play in Constructed right now, in Wardhaven or other decks, just for being generic. The crest is not bad. The crest can clean up quite a few minions. But overall, it's just decent. It's a 3 out of 5. It's decent. You're gonna pick him mostly just as an on-curve 2/3 with ward. The crest will give you some minor upside. A lot of times, it's gonna be completely irrelevant. It's definitely not the legendary that you want to see when you're drafting, but it's also not the legendary that you're gonna see and be like, oh no. It's fine. Generic 2/3 ward with late game upside. Exactly. He'll be a solid role player, but you're gonna, ideally, if you're picking him, you should also have a decent thing on the other end of him. 2 good silvers will outweigh him very easily. Seraphic Tiding, a 3-mana spell that draws you 2 cards. This is a 2 out of 5. That seems low, but you will have to pick this. You will play this It will draw you 2 cards, and you will be fine with it. There's not really much else to say about it. This is a very simple card. It's a very simple thing. Don't draft it highly. Don't. Pot of Greed is a 2 out of 5. This is nowhere close to being a Pot of Greed. If this was a 0 mana draw too, this would be a 5 out of 5. But as a 3 mana draw too, there are way better things that you could be doing on 3 mana. And then even if you're rune, even if you're spell boosting, this is mid. This is very, very mid. You're gonna pick it, you're gonna play it, it'll draw you 2 cards. What more do you want? Adventurers Guild. A 3 mana amulet with fanfare. Draw a follower and engage. Destroy this card. Select an allied follower on the field and give it rush. This may be a controversial opinion, but I don't think it's that controversial. This is a 3 out of 5. It draws you specifically a follower. Most of the times your followers are going to want to be what you're getting anyway. And the ability to give something rush in the late game specifically is good. Once everyone's run out of evos, once everyone's run out of super evos, and you're just fighting for board every single turn, yeah, this will get you an extra follower. This will let you trade in and probably even trade up. It's super solid. You probably don't want to play this early on 3. You're gonna want to like save this for once everyone's evos have run out, but I would draft this, not like ultra high, but I would draft this higher than a lot of cards that you construct to play. It's a super solid amulet. Quake Goliath, the chonky thick boy, is a 4 mana 4/5 with ward. For 4 mana, a 4/5 is decent stats. So if you see him, he'll do what you want him to do. He'll sit there, he'll be a meaty boy, and that's it. 4 mana 4/5 is perfectly fine. He comes down on an Evo turn, becomes a 4 mana 6/7 with ward. Usually will end up taking either a removal spell or some amount of extra tokens or another Evo and taking out pretty much all of their HP. Just a solid little 4-drop. Super fine. Divine Thunder is a 4 mana spell that destroys a random enemy follower with the highest attack and deals 1 damage to all other enemy followers. This card is a 4 out of 5. This can win you games out of nowhere. If, for example, the enemy has an Orcus and you're all out of Super Evos, well, hey, this gets rid of that Orcus. It'll always get rid of whatever the biggest threat is, even if the biggest threat is hiding behind a board. Super solid card. Will clean up tokens for you. Can get rid of swords ambushes, which is going to be actually very important. Because you're going to want to clean up not only Prim, but you're also going to want to clean up the Squirrel Silver 2-drop from Sword. Divine Thunder is a very high pick and one of the best neutrals that you can possibly draft. Goblin Foray, a 5 mana card. This has summoned 5 copies of Goblin, and a Goblin is a 1 mana 1/2. Sorry, does this not evolve them? Am I missing something? It just summons the goblins, but doesn't evolve them, right? Just making sure. Okay. So originally, when I was looking at this card, I thought that this actually evolved them. It does not. It just summons the goblins, which makes it a 2 out of 5. For 5 mana, you are technically getting 5/10 worth of stats, which is quite a bit. But it's on an Evo turn, and there is enough AoE in the game where this isn't very threatening. If this evolved them, this would be absolutely broken in draft, and I wanted to give this like a 3 or a 4 out of 5. But no, it's fine. You're gonna play this sometimes. It's gonna do something. Ideally, you actually want to save this for late game. Once everyone's run out of resources, this could be potentially threatening. Just set up like a big wide board. This also combos very well with with the 7 mana card that we're going to talk about in a bit. It's fine. You're not going to jump for joy over it. But you do get to hear Gobby's feeling hungry, so there's that. That gets it at least a point. Caravan Mammoth is a 7 mana 10/10 with no abilities. Can you Mammoth it? Yes, you can. A 7 mana 10/10 dropped on a Super Evo turn is a very, very big must answer threat. If you play a Mammoth, your opponent has to kill it, or else they will most likely get trampled over. Super solid, especially in the super late game once everyone's out of resources. Dropping a 7 mana 10/10 and a 3 mana rush follower is a very good solid play. You're gonna draft Mammoth, you're gonna like what he does for you, and you're gonna be very, very happy to hear him roar for you. This is why I love Take Two so much. Cards like this, they're just overstated vanillas are perfectly fine. Super solid cards. Never gonna see him in Constructed, but super good Mammoth. Reminds you of Colosseum Elephant. Colosseum Elephant was way better, but he'll make do in a pinch. Oh boy. Olivia Heroic Dark Angel is a 7 mana 4/4. With Fanfare, draw 2 cards, restore 2 defense, recover 2 play points. And for Super Evo, you select another unevolved allied follower and super evolve it. This is what you want to be seeing when you are drafting neutrals. This is our first 5 out of 5, and it is very deserved. If you've played any amount of Constructed, you've seen Olivia, you probably hate her, and guess what? She's even better in Take Two! Because getting an extra Super Evo is very, very, very good. The draw is good, the heal is good. She comes down as a 7/7, that's Super Evo, something else. This is what you want your cards to be doing. Olivia will win you many, many, many games. She will be probably the best card in your deck if you draft her. Pick her super highly over pretty much anything else. This is easily, I think, the best neutral in the game right now. So yeah, if you see her, pick her, unless you get a detective lens with her, in which case, oops, bad luck. And in that case, you might still pick it. Olivia's just that good. Olivia's absolutely broken. Reina Angelic Partner is a 7 mana 5/5 with evolve. Evolve all unevolved allied followers on the field. This is a 2 out of 5. The ability reads really well, but in-game, realistically on 7 mana, you might have one final Super Evo left. And that's being generous. The dream with this is, turn 5, play Goblin Army. Going second, turn 6, coin out Reina, Super Evo her, and you get a whole bunch of evolved goblins and a Super Evo'd Reina doing disgusting things. But ultimately, the problem with Reina is that she does absolutely nothing in getting you back into the game. She's a win more card, and if you are at the point where Reina is going to greatly affect the board, realistically, you're probably winning anyway. So you don't need Reina for the win. She'll definitely help you finish off games, but at the end of the day, she's just kind of a mid follower, and she's very understated at 7 mana 5/5. Don't pick her too highly. She definitely reads way better than she plays. Odin Twilight Fate is a 7 mana 4/2 with Storm and Fanfare. Select an enemy card on the field and banish it. Important to note that it can banish really powerful cards from Haven. It can banish Seraph. It can banish Amulets, which could be relevant against Portal, since it's one of the only cards in the game, maybe even the only card that gets rid of their 5 mana Amulet. With that, it's also a Storm, so it's a little bit of extra reach for It's a little bit of extra reach with a Super Evo. It can deal 7 damage. But at the end of the day, this is only a 3 out of 5. I think people are gonna, especially in the early days, people are going to overdraft him. And while yes, Odin is going to be a good removal spell on top of 4 unconditional reach, a 7 mana 4/2 is just not really the stats that you want to be playing. And games of Take 2 naturally go way longer than games of Constructed. So where in Constructed, you can play Odin, get rid of a giant threat, evo him, and deal 7 to the face. In Take 2, it's very likely that dealing 7 to the face just means that your opponent's at 13. And that's not gonna win you a game. Odin is fine. He will sometimes flat out win you a game. He will sometimes be the reach you need. He will sometimes get rid of a very priority target. But most of the time, that's kind of all he is. He is a finisher card, and you don't want your entire deck to be finishers. Yeah, because board matters so much more in Take 2, Odin is going to be good, don't get me wrong, but I also think Odin is going to be severely overdrafted, and he's not going to win as many games. There's going to be many games where you see Odin in your hand, and you look at the enemy board, and you're just like, well, he'll zap a thing. Again, he's not a bad card by any means. He's just not going to be the game-ending threat he currently isn't constructed. Ruler of Cocytus is a 10 mana 10/10, and on Fanfare, you will replace your deck with an Apocalypse deck. An Apocalypse deck contains 4 cards. You get 3 copies of each and 1 copy of one. So you get Silent Rider, which is a 6 mana 10/10 with Storm. Servant of Cocytus, which is a 1 mana 13/13 with no other text. Demon of Purgatory, which is a 5 mana 9/6 that selects 2 enemy followers, deals 6 damage to them, and then 6 damage to the enemy face. And Astaroth's Reckoning, which sets the enemy leader's max defense to 1. Ruler of Cocytus is a 4 out of 5. So the reason this is not a 5 out of 5 is because if you are behind, Cocytus will not help you win a game. In Shadowverse 1, he had a spell that let you heal. There were minions in the Apocalypse deck that let you drain. Those minions do not exist in Shadowverse 2. He is going to be good. He is one of the best finishers in neutral, and you should pick him highly if you do see him. But if you are behind and you drop Cocytus and then you draw like Astaroth's Reckoning, you're just gonna be sad because Astaroth's Reckoning does nothing for you. Servant of Cocytus, while exciting at being a 1 mana 13/13, does not actually help you come back from a board. The best card in the Apocalypse deck by far is this Demon of Purgatory. And yes, you get 3 copies, but you're not guaranteed to draw into them unless you have other card draw. Again, the biggest thing with Cocytus is actually that he will let you add 10 cards to your deck. Many times in Take 2, you will go to Fatigue. And, you know, if you hit your Reaper card, you lose. This isn't Hearthstone where you just slowly take damage that accumulates. And adding 10 cards to your deck is not an insignificant upside. If you have a Cocytus in your deck, you never have to worry about deck out, and you can play the super, super long, high-value game. So you should draft it, but there will be games, many games, where he's just going to be sitting in your hand completely dead, and even when you play him, you're behind, and you just lose. There's also going to be games where you're completely even for the entire game, you drop him, and then you just draw Servant of Purgatory, and you win. So, really good card, really high pick, just shy of 5 out of 5. If I could give him like a 4.5 out of 5, I would. Like, just barely doesn't make that insane card status. But otherwise, still very, very, very good and very high pick. Alright, I think that does it for neutrals. So, that's all of the neutral cards for take two. If you're in neutral, you're basically just looking for Olivia and Cocytus and Apollo. Those are going to be the three best cards for neutral. In general, the neutrals overall are kind of weak. There's going to be most times where you get like a Seraphic Tidings and an Adventurers Guild together, and you're just gonna be like, okay. Oh, yes, yes. And Yapnhar too. Yapnhar is also very good. Overall, though, the neutrals are kind of weak. You're never gonna be super excited about them unless you see something like Olivia. But you're gonna have no choice. At least 4 cards in your deck are gonna be neutral, potentially up to 6. They will do. Most of them will just end up filling your curve for you, which is not bad. But we're gonna get into the more exciting stuff when we get back with Forestcraft. Alrighty. Recording has stopped. Woo! 40 minutes in! We just got through 23 cards! There's 275 cards! I'm gonna be here a while. Give me a moment. I need a drink, and then we'll get right back into it. Rip voice box. I'm already there. Let me also run a Twitch ad while I have. Hi, Mushi. I forgot how to run ads. Mushi, could you run ads for me? I don't even want to run ads. Alright, I will be right back. I need to get a drink. I think we're starting with a strong 0 early tonight. You might be right, but I don't think so, and I'll explain why when I get into it. Like, if you're drafting Forest, you're probably gonna want to draft like Pure Tempo. You're obviously not going for Constructed Roach, but you're gonna want things like that 5 mana, 3/3 gold card that draws you cards, and you're gonna want to like bounce it over and over and over again and get a ton of value that way and exhaust the opponent out of resources. Titania for sure. I don't think Rose Queen is a pillar. I really don't. I think Rose Queen is like a decent finisher, but I do not think that like you see a Rose Queen in your draft and you go, ooh, must pick. I think sorry. I think Forest especially is gonna want to prioritize its golds way more than its legendaries, because you really want things like Cynthia, Glade. Also, much I have. One sec. Oh, okay, that's how you do it. Okay, seconds of ads to get rid of pre-rolls, and then we will get right back into the review. So, give me a sec. I'm gonna get a drink. Well, I'm already drinking, but I'm gonna sit in front of my fan for like a minute, so I'll be right back. It is so hot. I'm dying. I really want to get like my fan closer, but then I'm afraid my mic is gonna get in the way. Yeah, sorry that you got hit with pre-rolls. I forgot to run ads before the stream. Probably just gonna run them like once per class to avoid pre-rolls. I have drinks. I have a lot of drinks. Including alcoholic ones. Alright, I think it's about time to get into part 2. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. I saw 59 and I was like, oh god, no! Alright. Gonna start recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello! Welcome back to the Shadowverse Take 2 card set review and tier list. We are back with the first class that we're going to be going over today, which is Forestcraft. We just got finished with neutrals, so we're going to go into Forest, and let's not... We're already taking forever, so let's just get right into it. Our first card is May Journey Elf, which is a 1-mana 1/1 with Fanfare combo 3. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. May is a 4 out of 5. She plays very well with pretty much what Forest wants to be doing, which is bouncing its followers over and over again for value. And she is a solid tempo play. Early game, playing Fairy May is just a super solid removal. And late game, she will be able to potentially bounce twice, deal 6. very good card and should be drafted pretty highly. Definitely one of Forest's like pillar silvers. Good Fairy of the Pond is a 1 mana 1/1 with last words. Add fairies to your hand. This is a 3 out of 5. You play this on turn 1. You get maybe 1 or 2 points of chip damage with her. She dies, and you get a fairy out of her. It's not the best thing that you can do with the world, but since I personally think Forest is going to want to be playing with a lot of tempo into setting up potential lethals on turns like 8-9, she's fine. She's essentially 1 mana, 2/2's worth of stats, and that's about as good as you're going to get for a 1-drop in Shadowverse. Bug Alert is a 1 mana spell. Select an allied card on the field and return it to hand. Deal 2 damage to a random enemy follower. This is very easily a 4 out of 5, and you should probably draft as many copies of this as you can, with like a little asterisk here, and that you probably don't want more than three of these. But this is what Forest wants to be doing. Mostly because the 2 damage is going to be very relevant early. It's gonna snipe out 2/2s. It's gonna snipe out Luminuses. With a fairy, it can help you kill a 2/3 on like turn 2. Very, very, very good at what it does. But more importantly than playing it on curve, or quote unquote curve, as a 2 damage removal, this card is essentially an extra copy of your best gold and or legendaries. Played a Cynthia, buffed up a whole board of fairies. Bug Alert her, do it again next turn. Played a Glade, cleared the board. Bug Alert, do it again. Giving you an extra copy of potentially your strongest cards is insanely broken. Way more in Take 2 than in any other format. And this also works on amulets. If you wanna get like a Lambert back into your hand, for example, this is super, super good. This is exactly what Forest wants, and you're gonna want to draft probably as many copies of these as you can find, assuming that like the other card in the pick isn't the worst thing in the world. Fairy Convocation is a 1 mana spell that adds 2 copies of fairies to your hand. So, just like I said before, it's 1 mana for 2/2's worth of stats in your hand. And yeah, 3 out of 5. Just a very solid card. You'll play this on turn 1, and then on turn 2, you'll play your fairies. You'll trade into a 2/2. You'll probably kill whatever it is you want to kill. Super good, and has potential later on with like combo. With Rose Queen, turning those fairies into damage. It's what Forest wants. Bread and butter Forest staple. Ambush from Above is a 1 mana spell. Do this 1 time, deal 2 damage to a random enemy follower, and combo 3, do it 2 times instead. Again, Forest is continuing the train of 3 out of 5s. Hitting something for 2 for 1 is a solid rate, and then the ability to hit something for 4 for 1 mana is super good. Super important to note is that this is very good at sniping stealth followers. Remember what I said about being able to snipe a Swords like Squirrel, or snipe a Swords Shadowed Valse, or Prim. This does it. If I'm like getting rid of one of my opponent's golds with Prim with Ambush and turning their 2/2/3/3 with a ward into with Bane into just like a 2/2 ward, super happy about that. You'll draft it, you'll play it, you'll be happy with it. Fairy Tamer is a 2 mana 1/1 that adds 2 copies of fairies in your hand. This is a little bit worse than the spell version of it because this doesn't play as well with combo. But it's not the worst thing you could be doing, and you're probably going to pick this not like super highly, but you'll pick this and you're not going to be like super upset about it. It'll fill your curve, it'll give you some resources, but it is worse than the spell version, so I have to take a point off for that. It's not bad by any means, just very, mediocre. You play because you have to, not because you want to. Stray Beastman is a 2-mana 2/2 that increases your combo by 1, so it's kind of like playing 2 cards for the price of 1. It's fine. It's a 2 out of 5. It's just curve filler. Most of the time, you're just going to be playing this as a 2-mana 2/2 on turn 2, and that's it. The fanfare is very rarely going to be relevant, but when it's relevant, it's just like a solid little tick of upside. Super simple card, nothing too special about it, but it does what it does. Fey Twinkle Toes is a 2-mana 2/1 with Fanfare combo 3 and give all other allied followers on the field +1/+1. So, if I am right about how you draft Forest and that you want to be playing Tempo, this is a 4 out of 5. If I am wrong about how you draft Forest and you want to be playing for like the Rose Queen or the super high value, then this becomes a 3 out of 5. This is one of Forest's best bronzes because this has the ability to turn your 1/1 fairies into a huge threat. This can easily win you a game if you've developed enough board tempo. This can become a potential board clear. It's definitely what you want, and if you're picking this, you are not picking this as a 2-drop, so do not pick this for curve. You never play this on turn 2 for curve. You're only playing this with this combo to buff up a bunch of fairies, to buff up your finishers, or whatever else you want to be buffing up. You always play this only with combo and never on curve. Baby Carbuncle is a 2-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Select another allied card on the field and return it to your hand. And for Super Evo, recover 3 play points. This is a 3 out of 5. Very solid card. Sometimes you will just play it on turn 2 for curve, and that's perfectly okay. Sometimes you will save it for later, and you will be able to bounce back one of your legendaries or golds. The Super Evo is not as relevant here as it is in Constructed, because most of the times you are not going for like a roach finisher or anything like that. But it's just a solid bounce spell. The 3 play points can sometimes be relevant, usually not so much in Take 2. But a 2-mana 2/2 with upside is a totally fine card in Take 2. You'll take probably as many of these as you can get. They're always useful. Lily, Crystallian Innocence. A 2-mana 1/3 with Fanfare combo 3. Select an enemy follower, set its defense to 1. Evolve, it will draw you a card. You will select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 1 damage. This is a 4 out of 5. This is one of Forest's best golds. This is basically unconditional removal. It can get rid of super evoed minions. It can get rid of... You can get rid of a super evoed minion with a regular evo, which is huge. Gets rid of your opponent's biggest thing, and then becomes a 3/5 or a 4/6 that trades very well into whatever else you want it to be killing. Lily is what you want to be using all of those lovely little bounce spells with. Lily Evo Bug Alert is a very strong play. Even Lily non-Evo Bug Alert is a very strong play. This is basically like your prime bounce target and just very, very good removal. Same as with Twinkle Toes though, you do not want to play Lily on curve. You always want to combo, you always want to get your Lily value. Next is Fairy Fencer, a 2-mana 2/2 with activation in hand. Whenever an allied follower super evos, set this cost to 1, and Fanfare, add a fairy to your hand. Most of the time, this is going to be a 2-mana 2/2 that gives you a fairy, which is perfectly fine as a curve play. The super evo upside is there. It can help you, again, just curve fill when you need it. 3 out of 5, just solid filler that you're never unhappy to play. Garden's Allure is a 2-mana spell. It is a gold that fuses with other Forestcraft cards and it draws you a card, and if you fuse to it, you draw 2 instead. This is a 2 out of 5. Forest is not really hurting for card draw, especially because your hand will often be full of fairies. Card draw is kind of not super relevant here, and it's the main. If this was in another class, it would probably be rated higher as a 3 out of 5, but in Forest, this is a 2 out of 5 because Forest wants to be actually controlling the board, playing tempo, playing cards. And this does not do that. If you have this in your picks, it means that you cannot pick something better than it, and it's fine. It'll get you closer to your finishers, but cycling and card draw is just not really Forest's game. So if it was like in Portal or in Ruin, this would be a 3 out of 5, but in Forest, this gets a 2. It's just kind of mid. Never, like, super happy that you're just getting a card draw spell. Wild Profusion is a 2-mana amulet that adds a fairy to your hand, and countdown 2, whenever an allied pixie follower enters the field, will deal 1 damage to a random enemy follower. So it's a little bit like Brambles, but better than Brambles. This is a... Is this a 3 or a 4? This is... In Constructed, this is mid, but in Take Two, this is actually really good. I'm gonna be a little, not aggressive, but hot take here. I think this is a 4 out of 5. Adding a fairy to your hand, while nice, isn't like the real thing here. The main thing is you want to play this on 2, and then or on a later turn, and then immediately start playing out fairies like crazy and pinging things off the board. This is super good at dealing with other tokens. This is one of the best cards that you can play into Sword specifically. It's super solid at what it does. It turns every pixie into basically a 2-mana spell for 1, which is what you want to be doing anyway. I may be wrong here. This is only a 3 out of 5 and just filler, but I'm gonna go on a limb here. I think this is way better in Take Two than it seems. Lambert Cane is a 2-mana amulet with Fanfare, add a fairy to your hand, and combo 3, add a Deepwood Bounty to your hand. A Deepwood Bounty is just a 0-cost spell that heals you for 1. Engage, destroy this card, select an allied follower in your field, and give it +1/+1. In Constructed, people use this to develop a combo. They just bounce it, and it gives you, and the bounty helps you cast your Roach. But in Take Two, this is just not very good. I would much rather have the Bronze Amulet than this. The Deepwood Bounty is almost never relevant, unless you've drafted Roach and you're trying to set up a Roach combo. And that one fairy just ends up being ultimately a 2/2 with the engage. It's fine. You will end up drafting this, but it is way worse in Take Two than it is in Constructed because you don't have that same combo potential with it. Capricious Spite is a 3-mana 1/1 with Fanfare, summon a fairy, and add a fairy to your hand, and if you evo it, you'll replicate the effects of this card's Fanfare ability. It's ultimately, at the end of the day, just an understated 3-drop. You don't really want to be paying 3 mana for a 1/1, even if it comes with an additional 1/1 with Rush. So you're getting 3 mana 2/2's worth of stats, and then another 1/1's worth of stats in hand that you can't play this turn if you're playing this on curve. You will end up having to draft this. I feel like this is going to be pretty common since it's a bronze, but it's pretty mid. Giving it a fairy is nice. You never want to spend an evolve on this. If you're spending an evolve on this, something really bad has happened. Workin' Grasshopper is a 2-mana 2/1 for 3 with a Fanfare of draw an X cost follower, and X is your combo. Part of me wants to give this a 2, but in reality, I think this is just a 1. It's a very understated follower that most of the time that you never want to play on curve, and if you're playing this on a later turn, what are you really like digging with this for? You're not going to be able to manipulate because this isn't constructed. You're not going to be manipulating your deck in a way where this is getting you like a win con or anything like that. And a 3-mana 2/1 is just really bad stats. It dies to everything. It gets wiped off. With like Apollo, I would avoid drafting this. If Forest had like 0 cost followers, then you could play this on 3 and get a 0 cost. It would be better, but I really want to like it. I really like this card's art. I really think he's cute, but unfortunately, it's just not playable. Killer Rhinoceros is a 3-mana 0/2 with Fanfare. Give this follower +X+O. X is your combo, and it has Storm. So, this is, if you play Constructed, you're probably very familiar with Roach. Everyone knows that, everyone here has probably died to Roach more than once. But, in Take 2, our boy Roach is little more than a 2/5. You can draft around this. If you get this early in your picks, you can try to set up like a big Roach, start bouncing it all over the place, and then seeing how much you can get away with. But Take 2 is not a combo game. Take 2 is a value game, and you want to be getting value, and Rhinoceros is not a good value card. If you're drafting this late as like a finisher and you have a bunch of low cost cards, like your deck's curve is super low, that's fine. And if you're like super high tempo and you want to be ending the game on turn 6 and 7, drafting a copy of Roach as a finisher is perfectly okay. But Roach does nothing for you in the early game. Roach does nothing for you on curve. Roach does nothing for you in the late game except acting as a finisher. Roach is purely a win more card in Take 2, and you don't have the luxury of being able to combo it nearly as easily as you do in Constructed. Which sucks, because I personally really like Roach. I like when Roach is active. It is the most high skill deck in the game. It is just not a very good Take 2 card. Yep, just not the best format for it. Which is fine. Some cards are really good in Constructed and not good in Take 2, and that's kind of the fun of the format. Meanwhile, Amataz Origin Blader is a 3-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Give this follower +X+X. X is the number of Pixie followers in your hand. He has Ward, and for Evolve, he can deal 1 damage to a random enemy follower X times, where X is the number of Pixies in your hand. Amataz is a 4/5 and easily teetering on being a 5/5 because in Take 2, if you turn one a fairy generator, you turn 2 a fairy generator, you drop Amataz, and you have a 3-mana 6/6. Sometimes they will not be able to answer it. This will just win you the game on the spot. If you are going second, you can turn 1 fairy generator into turn 2 Amataz, and that is a 2-mana 4/4, which is absolutely disgusting. Amataz will win you games of Take 2. You will get high rolled by it. If you are playing Forest, you will on occasion high roll it. This is a very good, a very high pick. And honestly, even in the late game, if you draw him late, or even draw him late or in the mid game, he's a potential board clear. He sets up for you, and then you can play him and then start playing out the fairies. Amataz is very good. He is significantly better in Take 2 than he is in Constructed, and you should draft him very highly. Wildheart is a 3-mana 3/3 with Rush. This is a 3/5. It's very solid curve filler. The fact that it has Rush is actually very relevant. It's very good at clearing out 2/3s and 1/2s. It will most likely 2-for-1 something. I'm kind of on the fence and part of me even wants to give this a 4 out of 5. It's probably one of Forest's best bronzes, honestly. But I'm gonna be a little safe here. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5 because at the end of the day, it is just a 3 mana 3/3. You'll play it. You'll really like it. You should draft this highly. Not like super premium, but like slightly below that. This is probably like the most 2.5 out of 5 card that exists. It's a little bit better than most 3/3s for 3. Actually, 3.5 out of 5 even. It's good. It's really good. Don't underestimate this. This will 2-for-1 you. These kinds of cards like creep up on you and how good they are. Fragrant Wood Whispers is a 3-mana spell that adds a Deepwood Bounty to your card and draws you a card. And as we spoke earlier, a Deepwood Bounty is just a 0-cost card that gains you a life. So this is a 3-mana draw a card, basically, which is worse than Seraphic Visions, which makes this a 1 out of 5. The Deepwood Bounty is oftentimes irrelevant, and you never want to be drafting this. Very pretty shirtless man art or not. It's just very mediocre. You need to see a 5 out of 5 paired with it to pick this. Avoid it at all costs. Godwood Staff is a 3-mana card, 3-mana amulet. At the end of your turn, combo 3, draw a card, engage, destroy it, select another allied follower on the field, and return it to your hand. In Take 2, this is significantly worse than it is in Constructed by a lot. And a part of me actually really wants to give this a 1 out of 5 because I think this card might actually be overdrafted because of how good it is in Constructed. The combo 3 draw card will oftentimes not actually come up because you want to be playing on curve in Take 2, which means you don't really get to like play, very all the time since you're gonna run out of resources that way. But I'm not gonna give it a 1. I'm gonna give it a 2. If you see this early, you can potentially draft around this, which does save it a little bit. And this will, if you have drafted around this and you see it early, this will like help you glide through your deck. The bounce can be relevant. It's a fairly flexible card, but in Take 2, being a 3-mana do nothing is very bad. You can and will lose the game by playing a 3-mana do nothing. Do not pick this highly. Make sure that if you are picking this, that your curve is either very low and you can support it, or that the card it is paired with is like obscenely good. Gentle Treant is a 4-mana 4/4 with Fanfare combo 3, evolve this follower, and on strike restores 2 defense to your leader. A 4-mana 4/4 is perfectly fine stats. The strike can be relevant, and later on in the game, it's just a 6-mana 6/6 basically. That comes with like 2/1/1 bodies if you're playing 2 fairies with it. It's a 3 out of 5, but again, probably closer to 3.5 out of 5. It has very solid. You can play it on curve and you're happy with it. You can play it at a later turn and get some extra value out of it. Free Evos are always very strong in Take 2. So play it if you have it. You'll like it. Not like super exciting, but it'll put in the work. Elder Sagebrush is a 4-mana 3/3 with Fanfare, deal 3 damage to a random enemy follower, and combo 3, deal damage to 3 random enemy followers instead. This one's a little harder for me to evaluate because the Fanfare is solid. The combo also solid. I'm gonna give this like again a 3.5 out of 5. It's a bronze board wipe-ish. It's not really a board wipe because at that turn when you're playing it on 7, realistically you're not like cleaning up that much since that's a super evo turn. But it can snipe off some pretty important things. Sniping ambushes is always good. the random can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. So be careful when you play it, but you'll probably end up picking this pretty highly, and it'll do its job. It's not gonna be like the one reason you win the game, but it can easily snipe a priority target and do good work for you. Cynthia, Chivalrous Elf is a 4-mana 4/3 that summons 2 copies of Fairy, and on Evolve gives all allied pixie followers on the field +1/+0. Cynthia is a very solid, very good 4 out of 5. She is what you want to be drafting in terms of gold. On an Evo turn, she is basically, 4/3, and then 6, 8? Like 8/7 worth of stats on an Evo turn, which is quite a lot. If they can't ping off the fairies that get generated, it's very good. And she also doubles as a finisher. If you've set up a board of fairies and the enemy hasn't cleared them, you play her, you evolve her, and all of a sudden you just win the game. Super good card. Draft her very highly. You'll probably never be disappointed with what she's doing for you. Titania, Queen of Fairies, is a 4-mana 2/2 with Fanfare, summon a fairy, and gain Crest. Titania, Queen of Fairies. On Evolve, you can select an enemy follower in the field, transform it into a fairy, and her crest at the start of your turn adds a fairy to your hand. Titania is a 5 out of 5. Titania is one of, if not the premium legendary for Forest. She is a little understated, but she makes up for it in multiple ways. Number 1, generating you a consistent fairy will let you outvalue the enemy many times, because essentially it means you get to draw 2 cards every turn instead of 1. Like, yes, that fairy might not count always the full card, so you'll get like half a card's of value out of it. But the fairies, again, help you with your combo. They can help you set up finishers later down the line. If you have an Aria, they're literally 1/1 storms. But more importantly than that, Titania also lets you transform something into a fairy, and that is very important, especially against Haven. Titania can turn, what's her name? Not Ether. The 8-mana card, I forgot its name. Seraphic. Titania can turn Seraphic into a fairy, and that gets rid of any of its abilities. Titania can get rid of an Orcus. Well, no, it can, because you have to select the Lloyd. But the polymorph is always going to be super relevant. Turning something into a fairy is big. If you're playing into Abyss, this can mess up their Cerberuses, which is extremely relevant. And yeah, she's just a very high value card. You should pick her very highly, and she's one of those cards that's like a little deceiving, because she doesn't win the game the turn you play her, but the amount of value you accrue over the turns that follow is ultimately what lets you win the game. She's one of those like really quiet, silent game winners. Glade, Friggerode Ward, is a 5-mana 3/3 gold with Fanfare and draw 2 cards, and on Evolve, deal X damage split between all enemy followers, X being the number of cards in your hand. Glade is an easy 5 out of 5 and better than pretty much any Forest legendary, barring Titania. If you're playing Forest, you're gonna want to be generating fairies, and you're not gonna generate that many fairies. Plus, his Fanfare also helps you with his Evo. So he replaces himself. He is a threat, and he clears the board for you. Glade is amazing if you're even and if you're behind. And God forbid, if you have a way to bounce your Glade and play him multiple times over and over, you get to dig through your deck. You get to board clear every single turn so long as you have an Evo point. Glade does exactly what you want to be doing in Forest. Glade is easily one of Forest's best cards and is a super high priority pick, especially if you have good bounce for him. Pick him super highly. You will love playing with Glade. On the opposite end, we have a Dwarven Mallet Man, which is a 5-mana 5/5. Select an enemy follower on the field, deal it 4 damage, and combo 3, deal damage to all enemy followers instead. This is a 4 out of 5. This is a very, very good 5-drop. Just dropping it on curve, it's sufficiently statted. It can evo, and then on a later turn, a 4 damage board wipe is nothing to sneeze at. If you're ever behind on like a turn where all the evos are gone, this will do work. It's just a really, really solid card. Any card that puts a body on the board while also killing a thing or cleaning up a thing, super good. Good stats, combo upside, exactly. Perfect. It's what you want. Arya, Lady of the Woods. On Fanfare, it gives you the crest for Arya. That crest says whenever an allied pixie follower enters the field, give it Storm. And on Super Evo, summons 3 copies of Fairy. Arya is a 5 out of 5. She is mildly understated, but you do not need to Evo her to get her crest, which means if you just play her on curve, all of your fairies become Storm followers, and Storm is so much better than Rush. All of your fairies now become chip damage, and you can just play. It is entirely possible for Forest to play like 5, anywhere from 3 to 5 fairies per turn, especially if you like set up a Titania beforehand. Arya's really good. She will win you games, and she will win you games very easily. If you're in Forest and you've drafted Titania plus Arya, then yeah, you're doing real good. Probably a 5-win deck at minimum. Super good card. I look forward to getting destroyed by it. Lionel Ardent Elf is a 6-mana 6/6 that on Fanfare summons 2 copies of Baby Carbuncle and has Ward. Lionel is a 4 out of 5. This is your premium 6-drop silver. He is a 6-mana 6/6 with Ward, which is really good on its own. But also, overall, it's just a 10 worth of stats on 6. It's really, really good. This is like a Swordcraft class card. You're gonna draft this really highly. You're gonna be really happy with how it plays. 10 worth of stats for 6 is disgusting. May not be good enough for Constructed, but insane in Take 2. Absolutely insane in Take 2. Selwyn, Sonic Archer is a 7-mana 4/6 with Storm, and on Super Evo, select an enemy follower on the field and return it to your hand. Selwyn is also a 4 out of 5. A 7-mana, potentially 7 damage Storm that also bounces your opponent's like scariest thing is a very, very good tempo play. You will lose games sometimes because Forest is like drafted in a way where they've gotten tempo on you. They've chipped you down with a couple of fairies, and then on turn 7, they play a Selwyn, they super evo it, and they smack your face, and you're just dead. He's a little bit high cost and a little bit understated, but having Storm, fixes all problems. He's gonna do a lot. He's gonna end a lot of games from nowhere. Aaron, Crystallian Frostward is a 7-mana 6/8 with Fanfare. Select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. Restore it to defense to your leader. Sword keeping up the high cost, very high value silvers. Aaron is another 4 out of 5. She has Ward, so she has innate protection. She kills whatever it is you want, and on turn 7 that's relevant since it's still a super evo turn, and her stats are super high. Not much is getting through a 6/8 without an evo point. The healing is also just like a nice little upside. Super good. Draft highly. Lamaga Untamed Wild is a 7-mana 7/7. With Fanfare, select 2 enemy followers on the field and give them can't attack followers or leaders until the end of your opponent's turn. For her Super Evo, you select 2 enemy followers on the field and give them at the end of each turn, deal 1 damage to your leader and 2 damage to this follower. Lamaga is another easy 5 out of 5 Forestcraft Legendary. 7 mana 7/7 is insanely good stats, so she's not understated in the slightest. And board locking your opponent in Take 2 is extremely relevant. Even if you ignore her super evo completely, just that ability to lock down your opponent's like 2 biggest threats and either go face or, clear other minions, it's very good. It's extremely relevant. Lamaga will win you games when you're like in a losing position. Very good card. Yeah, sometimes freezing 2 things is better than just outright removal. Board locking someone is extremely good. This is especially good into Sword, by the way. Sword not being able to like Amalia into a better turn. This is just so good. I think this is also going to be very underdrafted during like the first week or so. But don't sleep on Lamaga. She will win you games. Woodwalkers is a 7 mana spell that summons 3 copies of Gentle Treant, and Gentle Treant is that 4 mana 4/4. So for 7 mana, you are getting 12/12 worth of stats, and if any of the Treants survive, then you get a little bit of healing on the side. This is another 4 out of 5. This is one of Forest's best bronzes. 12/12 is a really high amount of stats. It's spread out over 3 bodies. And 4/4s on that turn will do you work. It's much better in like the hyper late game scenarios than it is on curve. But yeah, it's just good. The Treants will not get their fanfare, so you can't evo them. But it's just super good card. Deepwood Fairy Beast is an 8 mana 4/4 with fanfare, draw a card, and restore X defense to your leader, with X being the number of cards in your hand. And we're back to, Forest doesn't have very many bad cards, but this is unfortunately one of them. At 8 mana, if it had Ward, I would rate this a little bit higher, but the fact that it doesn't have any actual protection for you, means that you're basically just playing this, healing, and passing. And healing doesn't do anything if you are not also developing the board. 8 mana 4/4 is oftentimes just gonna draw you a card, heal you, and then next turn your opponent plays a finisher and you die. Sometimes the healing is relevant. Most often it will not be. Your life is a resource and you should treat it as thus. The only life that matters is your last. Bale, Luxglaive Warrior is an 8 mana 4/4 that with an ability that activates in hand, where whenever an allied follower leaves the field, reduce his cost by 1, and fanfare, select the enemy follower in the field and deal it 4 damage. Bale, while being very good in Constructed and a key part of Roach, in Take 2, unfortunately, is just a 2 out of 5. You do not have consistent ways to either bounce or kill off your own things. And you need to draw him early to get his maximum value. And if you're drawing him early, then that is a card in your hand that you are not playing. Yes, the cost reduction does activate when you bounce cards back, but it still does not make him any more playable. Getting Bale to a decent amount of mana takes too much investment, and you would much rather have a card that you can actually like properly play on curve. Probably if Bale wasn't competing with like really good golden legendaries, he would be better. If he was a silver, he would be better. But as one of your golds, I would not pick him very highly. He's pretty mediocre in Take 2. Unfortunately. And finally, for Forest, we have Opulent Rose Queen, which is a 9 mana 6/6 with fanfare. Transform all Forestcraft copies in transform all Forestcraft cards in your hand that cost 1 or less. So basically all your fairies into copies of Bramble Burst, and she has Ward. And Bramble Burst is a 1 mana spell where you can select an enemy follower on the field or the enemy leader and deal it 3 damage. So Rose Queen is complicated because if you have a Rose Queen early on in your draft and you draft around it and like get a bunch of fairies and high value cards, Rose Queen can be your finisher. But if you do not draft around the Rose Queen, she is just an understated war follower. So for that, I have to give her like a 3 out of 5 out of 5. Closer to 4 out of 5 than 5. She's not bad, but you do have to draft around her. I would pick her early, and if you see her early and you can manipulate your deck a little bit, and like pick a few more fairy generators, pick a slightly lower curve, then you drop her, you end the game with her. That's great. But as just like a solid value piece in your forest deck, I don't think that you really want her, and sometimes you will pass on her for cards that are quote unquote worse just because she doesn't fit your game plan. She's not bad by any means, but she's also not like the ultimate thing that you want to do in forest. So that's been every forest card. As a whole, forest is actually one of the stronger classes in Take Two. And specifically, Forest, I believe, has a very good position against Sword. Forest might be Sword's best counter in Take 2. And believe me, you are going to see a lot of Sword. God, you are going to see so much Sword when Take 2 comes out. So if you want to prey on the Sword players, and you have like a decent to good Forest draft, I think that's most likely going to be one of your best bets against it. Being able to bounce your best followers is always super high upside. Forest has very good bronzes, very good silvers, and its legendaries by whole, it has like what two bad goals in legendaries. So Bale and Roach, yeah, because Bale, Roach, and stuff. Lily is insane. Amethyst is insane. Glade's insane. Titania's insane. Hari is insane. Most of the times, if you're playing Forest, you're getting like a good golden legendary like 8 times out of 10. So I think if you draft like tempo forest generally, you control the board early, and then you start pushing to finish. You'll have a lot of success. Forest is definitely going to be very high up there on the tier list. Probably not like top 2, but very solid like 3, 4. A much better class than I think a lot of people are going to give it credit for. And yeah, that's Forestcraft. And we'll be right back with our next class. That took almost an hour again. My voice. I can feel my voice dying. Shadowverse, what are you doing? I just want to get to the tech portal. Oh boy, Sword is next. Five more classes and then the tier list. Let me run ads, get rid of pre-rolls, and take a little teensy weensy little break for the drink. This is more than I thought, a little bit. It's fine. This is fun. I'm having fun. Hope you guys are having fun. I will be right back. test, test, test. Okay, I think it's working now. Can you hear me? But I think I've got enough experience where I know what I'm talking about. And worst case scenario, it's just really fun to do these. Okay. Let me have a little drink. Prep for swordcraft. No, I didn't say a question. I said, thank you for the bits and for the encouragement, and that I hope people find it useful. Alrighty. You can hear me, right? My mic's not like dead. Test. Can you hear me? Okay, thank God. Okay, let me get my recordings in place. Alrighty, recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello, this is Lynn. Welcome back to the Take-Two card review and set list. And we are back with what is poised to be the most popular class in Take-Two at release. It's Swordcraft! Everybody loves Swordcraft! Did you get enough mid-range Swordcraft in Constructed? No? Well, you're gonna see a lot of Swordcraft in Take-Two. So let's go over exactly why. Starting with the boy, Flashstep Quickblader. He is a 1-mana 1/1 with Storm. Flashblade Quickblader may be a mainstay in aggro decks, but in Take-Two, he is a 1 out of 5. In the very, very, very rare cases where you are able to draft pure, unadulterated hyper aggro, he goes up to a 3 out of 5. But you are most likely not going to be drafting pure hyper aggro unless you've gotten like the God draft. And as just a 1-mana 1/1 with Storm, it does not do enough. It does not give you enough value. It can potentially like finish off a thing, but if you are using 2 cards to kill 1 card, you are not very happy about that. So while Quickblader will forever be in our hearts as the prime aggro 1-drop, you do not want him in Take-Two. It is just not his format. Next we have a 1-mana 1/1 Luminous Commander. Whenever an allied officer follower enters the field, give this follower +1/+0 until the end of turn, and on evolve, it summons a knight. Do I give her a 1 out of 5 also? I'm going to give her a 2 out of 5 rather than a 1 out of 5, and the reason for that is because Luminous Commander, kind of like in Constructed, is a must-kill card. If you do not kill Luminous Commander, and for somehow you've drafted like Luminous Commander into Lance Trooper, if you've drafted like all the Rush followers and you can keep your Luminous Commander alive long enough to get value out of her, she's actually good and she has potential to either trade up or deal a good amount of face damage. Now, is that going to be every draft? And are you picking this like super highly? No, absolutely not. At the end of the the day, she's a 1 mana 1/1, and 1 mana 1/1s usually just are not worth it in Take 2. But will there be times when you are playing into Sword and they hit the perfect curve of Luminous Commander into Luminous Lance Trooper into like Rose Trooper or whatever her name is, and will you end up dying to Luminous Commander sometimes? Yes, you are going to get high roll by her sometimes. It will happen. Sometimes you might even be the one doing the high rolling, but I would not take that as a consistent thing. She's very specific to like those pure hyper aggro drafts and not much else. But she is better than Quickblader. Royal Coachwoman is a 2 and 1/2 with last word, summon a knight. A knight being a 0 cost 1/1. Coachwoman is a 3 out of 5. She is technically an understated body, but she's also a 2/3 worth of stats spread out over 2 bodies, and a lot of people just don't like attacking into her. So you can get some chip damage with her, she can clean something up and leave another body on board. She's solid. She is basically what you want to be dropping on turn 2. If you don't have anything better, she'll do the job for you, and she will do just fine. Ignominious Samurai is a 2 mana 2/1 with fanfare. If you unlock Super Evolution, give this follower Bane, and innately it has Rush. This is a 4 out of 5. This is one of Sword's best bronzes, purely because of how utterly and ridiculously flexible he is. Do you want to kill a 3/2 on 3? Just drop down your Ignominious Samurai and bash it in. Do you want to kill a super evoed minion on 7? Drop your Ignominious Samurai. Sword also has a lot of ways to search followers that are 2 cost or less. And this is just super solid at any and every point of the game. It's not very good when you're like ahead, but if you're ever behind or on parity, Ignominious Samurai will do exactly what you want him to do. Basically just a 2 mana kill a thing, and 2 mana kill a thing is very strong. Who knew? Next is Luminous Lance Trooper, a 2 mana 1/2 with fanfare. Summon a knight, and whenever an allied officer follower enters the field, give it Rush. This is a 5 out of 5. You are picking her, and you are picking as many copies of her as you can. She is the premier Sword 2-drop. The 1 mana body that comes in has Rush, so it can kill a 2/1. It can help you damage something. And the fact that she gives other officers Rush means that if she is kept alive, you can just have a steady stream of removal. She is a must-remove follower, just like in Constructed, and she's going to be even crazier in Take 2. This is a very good card, and I think anyone who's already played any amount of Shadowverse has gotten sick of her. Unfortunately, you're gonna see a lot of her. She's just good. You draft every copy you can. Shinobi Squirrel is a 2 mana 2/1 with Ambush, and on Evolve, it summons a copy of itself. So, just how good is the Squirrel? Well, it's fine. Having Ambush is very relevant, especially in Take 2, which means you can pick when you trade it up. If you're playing aggro, you can evo it, keep a steady stream of squirrels until they deal with them, and potentially win the game off of it. If you are in the hyper aggressive deck, this jumps up to a 4 out of 5. But if you're not, you will still sometimes pick this. This is just a solid 2-drop. You'll play this on 2, and it can sit there and trade into a 3/2 potentially. Trading into a 3/2 is fine, by the way. Like, if you're playing this, don't look for the ultra value. Just it's fine to just play this on curve and trade up with it. There's nothing wrong with that. If you wait too long, like, this will just die. This will die to a Val. Not a Val. This will die to an Apollo. This will die to any number of, like, little pings. So just play it, get your value out of it, trade up with it, and move on. Don't. Just because you have a squirrel does not mean that you are going for, like, the super aggressive deck. So don't, like, pivot just because you have a squirrel. play it, get your value, and be happy with it. Saria, Gunslinger Maid, is a 2-mana 2/1 with fanfare, deal 1 damage to 2 random enemy followers. Hey, you know what this pings off? This pings off ambushed squirrels! That gun is definitely used for hunting. Saria is a 3 out of 5. She is a really good, probably even closer to like a 3.5 out of 5. She's like the premier 2-drop that isn't a silver. She will kill things. She will help you clean things up, and you'll be really happy with it. Prim, Princess's Picnic, is a 2-mana 1/1 with Ambush, and on Fanfare adds a Nanya Silent Maid to your hand. Also on Super Evo, she gives all allied followers +1/+1. Nanya is a 2-mana 2/2 with Ward, and if there is a Prim on the field, you give her +1/+1 and Bane. Prim is a 4 out of 5. She is probably one of Sword's best potential 2-drops. The only problem with her is that she is a gold and she is competing with other things. But a 2-mana like Prim that sits there ambushed into a potential 4-mana like Lance Trooper into Nanja, Nanja being an officer and then getting rush off of that, is an extremely strong turn 4. Strong curve. Yeah, and her Super Evo, this is one of the cards like that you can just keep ambushed. If you keep her ambushed and the opponent doesn't deal with it, she can potentially give you a surprise lethal. She's a lot better than she like looks, and she already looks pretty good. You're gonna want to draft her pretty highly. Probably not as highly as Sword's other legendaries. Like the biggest problem with Prim is that she's competing with like insane cards. But she's super good. She's great on curve. She's great off curve. Very good overall. Way of the Maid is a 2-mana spell. Select the card in your hand, return it to your deck, and draw 2 StarCraft followers. This is a 3 out of 5. This is a better version of Seraphic Radiance because it costs 1 mana less, and while you are technically not going +1, you are going net neutral here on cards. Technically even going -1. Because you have to spend the card. What you are getting out of this is you are getting not 2 followers, you are getting 2 Swordcraft followers. Which means that you are not pulling out any of like the bad potential neutral you drafted. You're not getting your 1-drop goblin out of this. You're not like pulling a Cocytus out of this when you don't want to draw him yet. This is solid. It's not the best thing that you can be doing on turn 2, not by any means. And you'd probably still want to pick like followers over this. But if this is paired with like another good card, I'm not sad about this. Card draw in Sword is pretty rare, and this is decent card draw. Our next 2-mana spell is Lucrative Deal. Draw 2 cards, and your opponent draws a card. 1 out of 5. You never want to give your opponent a card. The only application that this potentially has is giving your if you are playing for the Reaper and you are going into fatigue, yeah, this gets your opponent 1 closer to the Reaper. Let's go. That's the only benefit. You don't want to play this. Keep in mind that you're not just drawing 2 cards, you're also using this as one of your cards. And yeah, you never want to give resources to your opponent. Probably one of the worst cards in Take 2. I would rather have Detective's Lens over this. Next is Band of Battle Princesses, a 2-mana spell that deals 4 damage to a random follower and enhance 4, so you played for 4 mana. Deal damage to 3 random enemy followers instead. 4 out of 5. Kills ambushed followers. Sword is one of the classes that is best at board control, so you can easily set up a situation where this isn't 4 damage to a random follower, but 4 damage to a follower of your choice. And even on turn 4, deal 4 to 3 things is just very solid. super good removal spell. You'll draft it really highly, you'll play it really often, and you'll be happy with it. Rusty Lux Card Trickster is a 3-mana 3/3 that on Super Evolve draws you all copies of Rusty Lux Card Trickster and gives them Storm. While I want to give our boy Rusty a 1 out of 5, Rusty will get a 2 out of 5 for just being solid curve filler. Don't worry about the Super Evolve. It might as well not exist. It's a 3-mana 3/3 for 3. It's fine. It's the only reason it's getting a 2 where like other classes have 3/3s for 3, they get 3 out of 5s, is because this is in Sword, and Sword has just insane cards that you can pick from that are way better than this. But it's fine. It's curve filler. It'll be a 3-mana 3/3, and sometimes that's all you need. Ian Lovebound Knight is a 3-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Select another ally follower on the field and give it +1/+1. He also has Ward himself. This is another really solid bronze, 3 out of 5. He is understated to make up for his ability, but the fact that he has Ward means that he will likely take a hit for whatever it is you are protecting, and because you are Sword, you are likely getting things on the board first. So just buffing up one of your rush minions and trading up, buffing up something with like high health, trading up. He can turn 1-for-1s into 2-for-1s, and that's super solid. Decent, but again, you're in Sword, so you know you have better things you could be doing, but you're not like super upset to be doing this. Lyrala Luminous Potion Rite is a 3-mana 1/2 that summons a Steel-clad Knight on Fanfare. A Steel-clad Knight is a 2/2. Whenever an allied officer enters the field, restore 1 defense to your leader. Well, Lyrala is a 4 out of 5. Sword does not get many ways to heal, and in Take 2, this is a lot more relevant than it is in Constructed. She is also technically overstated because she is a 3-mana 3/4s worth of stats, even if these stats are spread out. She's another one of those must-kill cards where if you don't kill her early, she will end up just like accruing incidental value. This is one of those cases where healing is relevant just because it comes as a bonus, and even if this was just a 3-mana 1/2, summon a 2/2, this would be perfectly fine, and you'd play this anyway. So, super solid. Pick her pretty highly. Hound of War is a 3-mana 4/2 with Rush, and in hand 6, summon 2 more copies of Hounds of War. The dogs. Just like Lyrala, the Hounds are going to get a 4 out of 5. This is a very good play on 3 because you can either set up a must-kill minion. Not killing a 4/2 on 3 is very difficult. And if you play this on 6, this is basically Sword's example of a board to clear. A bunch of Rush 4/2s on 6 will probably clear out whatever board you want them to clear out. You'll drop this highly and you'll be, again, really happy with it. Val's Silent Sniper is a 3-mana 2/1 with Fanfare. Selected enemy follower on the field, dealing 5 damage, and in hand 6, deal this follower +2/+2, and ambush. Another one of Sword's 4 out of 5. The reason this card is not a 5 out of 5 is because sometimes you do not want to enhance this and you do not have a choice. You do need to be a little more careful with how you spend mana with Val's. But 3 mana, deal 5 is just really good rate for removal. Treat him more of a removal spell and a potential finisher. Use him in that kind of flexibility rather than treating him as like a curve follower. He's solid. The ambush is relevant in many cases. He can trade up and kill something through like shield. Just really good. You're probably a little disappointed seeing him instead of like one of the 5 out of 5 legendaries. but he'll put in work for you. Kagemitsu, Enduring Warrior, is a 3-mana 2/2 with last words. In Crest Kagemitsu, which you will resummon it, and on Super Evo, you give him Storm. This is another one of Sword's better legendaries. Not a 5 out of 5. But a constantly resummoning threat is much better in Take 2 than it is in Constructed, because in Constructed, there's just easier ways of dealing with him every single turn. But in Take 2, sometimes he will just get to live. It's a constant 2/2, and because games are longer, he will just come up more often. In Take 2, it's super common for games to go 12, 14, 16 turns. So if you can play him on curve, and you get like, I don't know, 3 to 4 activations of him, he's more than done his job. And if you're in the hyper aggro deck, this is a 5 out of 5, because this is exactly what you want if you're like hyper aggressive. Very high value, good value, good at aggro. Not the best when you're behind, but like you'll take it. Gelt, Intrepid Vice Captain, is a 3-mana 3/3 with Ward, and at the end of your turn, if there's a super evolved allied follower on the field, give all allied followers +1/+1. 3 out of 5. It's a little bit better than most 3/3s for 3, just because it has Word. The ability is not going to come up very often, but because you are Sword, it will come up a little more often since Sword has access to Gildaria. And a turn 9 of Gildaria into Gelt is just absolutely disgusting. Just a solid 3/3 for 3. Curve filler at worst, and like potential game ender at best. Rosé, Princess Knight, is a 3-mana 3/2 with Rush, and for Enhance 5, you can draw a Starcraft follower that costs 2 or less instead it costs 0. It also has Follower Strike, where if the opposing follower is damaged, destroy it. Rose is another of Sword's 4 out of 5s, even though in another class she'd easily be a 5 out of 5. She is basically a 5-mana kill a thing, leave a 3/2 body on board, and draw a card and set it to 0. Good, very good value card. The only problem is that you're playing a 5-mana 3/2, which sometimes just isn't great. Usually, though, she will help you clean up like a big follower, and if you can, play Rose into, what's that samurai called again? Ignominious Samurai, then that's like a really insane turn. Good card. Ironcrown Majesty is a 3-mana spell that is modal, so you can select a mode to activate. You can either summon a Seal-clad Knight and a Knight, or give all allied followers on the field +1/+1. Ironcrown is a good 3 out of 5. If you are playing it on curve, you are likely just getting a 2/2 and a 1/1 out of it, which is 3/3's worth of stats, which is on par on curve. And it has the potential upside of, if you are in the hyper aggro deck, or just need a finisher, the +1/+1 will be relevant in Take 2, probably a lot more than it is in Constructed. Really decent pick. Not like super, super high, but it's good. It will do what you want it to do. Arms Battler is a 4-mana 3/2 with Rush, and last words, draw a card. It is a 3 out of 5. You have way better things you could be doing on 4, but card draw, and being able to just like clean up on 4 is also not bad in the slightest. It's fine. It is a little understated, but the Rush does make up for it. Because again, you are Sword. You can continuously like clear the board. You can set up. You know what? I'll draw this as 2 out of 5 just because it's understated, and you do have better things you could be doing. It's still fine. Like you'll play this, you won't hate it. Zirconia, Iron Crown Ward, a 4-mana 4/4 that on evolve summons 2 copies of Knights and then gives all other allied followers on the field +1/+1. I know that everyone is expecting me to give Zirconia a 5 out of 5, and you are wrong. So, let me explain my reasoning here of why Zirconia is a 4 out of 5. Don't get me wrong, Zirconia is a card that you should pick very, very, very highly, and if you play Zirconia on curve and you evolve her, you are most likely either winning the game or setting your opponent in a position where they must clear your board or they will lose. So, why is Zirconia not a 5 out of 5? Well, the reason for that is because Zirconia without her evolve is a 4 mana 4/4 that does nothing, and that is worse than a 4 mana 4/5 with Ward, which the Quake Colossus is. Zirconia is one of the worst top decks you can have in your Swordcraft deck, and if you do not draw her on an Evo turn, you are very sad. That is the only reason she is not a perfect 5 out of 5, but you should still draft her really, really, really highly. If you do play her on an Evo turn, she will do insane things for you in Take 2, just like in Constructed, and if you are in the aggro deck, she is insane. She's probably like, again, closer to a 4 out of 5 than a 4. But she's not like the ultimate end-all be-all bomb, so I cannot give her a 5. She's really good, don't get me wrong, she's not like the end-all be-all that some people think she is. Rakir, Ordinary Knight, is a 4 mana 3/3 that Fanfare draws a spell and on evolve recovers 2 play points. You are playing Swordcraft. Your spells are not very good. You do not usually want to be drawing them, or if you are, you want to be drawing into them naturally. You do not need a understated 4-cost minion to draw a mediocre spell for you. And Evolve is not very relevant because if you're evolving him, then you're just getting a 5/5 and you can play like another 2-drop on curve. It's not great. Sword has way better things that it can do than this. Nightly Rending is a 4 mana spell. Select an enemy follower, destroy it, and make it 2/2. As clear of 3.5 out of 5 as you get. Basically 3, but like slight upside. Unconditional removal, and you get a little body on top of it. Super fine. You'll pick it fairly highly. You'll be happy with what it does. Removal gets like that tiny little bit of bump because removal, just outright, like, removal in Sword is pretty rare, which is why it's getting that extra, like, 0.5. I really don't like using 0.5s, by the way. I hate that I'm doing it. But some cards just deserve it, I guess. Ancestral Crown is a 4 mana amulet with countdown 4, and whenever an allied follower enters the field, give it +1/+1. This is a 4 out of 5. This will generate a lot of value for you as Sword, and as Sword you have enough rush minions where you are not worried about passing like a turn 4 going first, for example, and then developing an insane board on turn 5. This is a very real threat. Giving +1/+1 to everything for 4 turns is a very big upside. And I know that this no longer sees constructed play, but in Take 2, you are going to see a lot of this, and you're going to lose to this. This is very good. This also is insane in the aggro deck because it makes your reach just that much better. It's way better in Take 2 than it is in Constructed, and it's pretty good in Constructed. Luminous Magus, a 5 mana 1/3 with a Fanfare. Summon 3 copies of Steelclad Knight. Whenever an allied officer enters the field, give it Ward. I do not think I need to speak about this card. If you have played Shadowverse in any amount during its existence, you have seen Luminous Magus. It has done disgusting things. It provides you with protection. It provides you with 7/10 worth of stats on turn 5, and it comes during a really important Evo Tempo turn. If you do not fully clear every single part of Luminous, then you are continuing to just get free wars onto the board. It's disgusting. It's really good. You draft every single copy you can find. Albert Levin Storm Saber. A 5-mana 3/5 Storm with Enhanced 9. Deal 3 damage to all enemy followers. Give this follower can attack 2 times per turn. So, let us talk about Albert, shall we? What does Albert not do for you if you are a sword deck? Well, he doesn't heal you from 1 to 20. Other than that, that's about it. With a Super Evo, Albert is 12 damage of Storm through wards. With a regular Evo, Albert is 10 damage of Storm through wards. Albert is an easy 5 out of 5. This is not Sword's best card, but it's really high up there. This is probably Sword's second best card. Albert has carried Swordcraft since Rage of Bahamut. He is still carrying Swordcraft to this very day, and I am sure that when this eventually rotates, they will print an Albert retrain that will be even better and will continue carrying Swordcraft until the day I die. You pick every Albert that you see. You can play him on 5. He'll be good for you on 5. You can play him at 9. He'll destroy the board and win you the game. Draft Albert, play Albert, win game. Night Shadow Ninja Master is a 5-mana 4/5 with Ambush. This is a lot better in Take 2 than it otherwise seems, especially if you are in the aggro deck. If you are building pure aggro, you actually do want to pick up like 1 or 2 copies of this, and sometimes you will drop this. Your enemy will not have an answer for it, and you will win purely because of it. The Ambush gives you a lot of flexibility in how you want to use it, whether you want to trade with it, whether you want to use it to go face. Yeah, this is just a really solid statted follower. Ernesta Peacehawker is a 6-mana 4/6 with Fanfare and give all other allied followers on the field +1/+1 and an evolve where you do it again. So on turn 6, she could potentially be a 6-mana +2/+2 to your entire board. If you have a board and you are playing Swordcraft, so you most likely do, she will do a lot of work for you. And if you do not have a board, she is still decently statted. A 4-mana 6/8, a 6-mana 6/8 that, kills a thing and forces removal. It's fine. She's probably one of Sword's best 6-drops, and you'll draft her fairly highly. She goes up if you are in aggro because she enhances your reach. Just super good. Amelia, Silver Captain, is a 6-mana 4/4 that draws you 2 Swordcraft followers and recovers 3 play points on Fanfare. And on Super Evo, gives all other allied Swordcraft followers barrier. If you have played Shadowverse, just like with Albert, you do not need me to tell you that Amelia is an easy 5 out of 5. She is essentially a 3-mana 4/4 that draws 2 that also gives your things barrier. And giving barrier to a Bane follower, for example, is very, very relevant. Playing Amelia on turn 8 into Luminous Magus is insane, and will win you games through board clears. Amelia is very flexible in what she does. Amelia is very good in what she offers, and if you see her, you should probably draft her. Gildaria, Anathema of Peace. She has a Fanfare where if you have rallied 20, so that means if you have played 20 followers at any point during the game, you Super Evo her. Whenever another allied follower enters the field, deal 1 damage to all enemy followers, and when she evolves, including through her fanfare, you summon 2 copies of Steel-Clad Knight and you give them Rush. So the Steel-Clad Knights do activate her ability, so she is a potential 7 mana super evoed follower that comes with 2 2/2s with Rush that also deals 2 to the entire board, and that can go higher if you are playing her later. She is one of the only cards in the game with Olivia that gives a quote-unquote free super evolution, and Gildaria is an easy 5 out of 5. This is Sword's best card, even better than Albert. If you drop her on curve, she is a must-kill follower that sets up a good board state. If you wait and drop her late game, she is an insane top deck. Games of Take 2 will go long. You are going to get to the rally, especially with how much like token generation Sword has. This is Sword's best card, even over Albert. Gildaria is just absolutely insane. Gildaria will win you games you have had no right winning. You probably want to draft every copy of her, including 3+. If you have more than 3, you still want to draft her. You will play every single copy. The Sword's best card by far. Geno 11 Axe Raider is a 7 mana 7/6 with Rush and can attack twice per turn. On attack, he gives himself Barrier, which means he does not die from the attack or lose HP, and he also summons a 1/1 Knight. Do we give Geno a 5? Geno might deserve a 5. We'll give him a half. So Geno is insane. Just barely not getting that 5 out of 5. Geno kills 2 things, including, and because he has a super high attack, he can easily beat over super evolved followers. He creates a board for you by giving you some free 1/1s. And if you are playing Geno on a turn when no player has any more evolves and your Geno survives, congratulations, you just won the game, because Geno, left alone, deals anywhere from 14 to 20 damage just on his own. Absolutely insane card. The only thing is, because he's a 7 mana, you don't want to draft like too many copies of him. If you have like one max 2 copies, yeah, 1 max 2 copies, you don't want any more. But those 1 2 copies gonna be real good for you. Next is Ravening Tentacles, a 7 mana spell. Select an enemy follower or the enemy leader and deal it 5 damage. Restore 5 defense to your leader. This is a 2 out of 5. If you are in the Hyper Aggro deck, you can bump this up to a 4 because this is very good reach. But if you are not in the Hyper Aggro deck and you are just playing for value and playing for tempo, this is kind of mediocre because it is a 7 mana spell that does not affect the board. The 5 damage that it deals is significantly less than what you should be getting for 7 mana, and the 5 healing usually isn't as relevant as it could be. Maybe later down the line, if Levin becomes a trait worth having, this might get bumped up a little bit. But as it currently stands, this is competing, unfortunately, with like too many good golds and legendaries, where it's one of those that you see and you're like, fuck, I could have had like a really good gold here, but instead I have to deal with like these tentacles. Centaur Centurion is an 8 mana 7/5 with Storm. This is a 4 out of 5. If you are in the aggro deck, this is a 5 out of 5. An 8 mana card that with either an Evo or a Super Evo can deal either 9 or 10 damage is incredibly threatening. You will just lose games out of nowhere because, hey, you're playing into Sword, they've gotten some chip damage on you, they drop a Centurion, and then you're just dead. The ability to deal half of someone's HP and damage is very strong. should say, you probably don't want more than one of them, though. They're really, really bad at multiples. Amalia, Lex Steel Paladin, is an 8-mana 6/6 for the fanfare of summoning 4 copies of Steel-clad Knight. Whenever another follower enters the field, give a +1/+0, rush, and ward. Amalia is a board clear. And if your opponent doesn't have a board, Amalia sets up a must-kill board, where if you do not kill the Amalia, you lose the game. She is one of, if not Sword's biggest bomb. Just absolutely insane. A beefed-up Luminous Magus is exactly what she is. You probably draft every copy you see of her. You will get to turn 8. It doesn't matter if you're playing the aggro list. It doesn't matter if you're playing for tempo. She does everything the Sword wants to be doing. She adds 5 to your rally if you have Gildarias. Just utterly insane card. And Sword's last card is Urias Levin Authority, which on fanfare summons 2 enemy copies of Knight, which you would think is a bad thing, but no, it is not, because whenever an enemy follower enters the field, give it attack, can't attack followers or leaders until the end of your opponent's turn, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader, and restore 1 defense to your leader. Urias is another 5 out of 5. There will be many a time where a Sword player will drop a Urias, and the enemy of the Sword player just cannot answer it. If you do not remove him with either Odin or a spell, some kind of removal, you just lose. Rush followers don't work on it. Bane followers don't work on it. Wards do nothing against it. If Urias is dropped onto an empty board and you do not have an answer for it in hand, you're just dead. It's over. There's not really much else left to say to it. Will absolutely end games, and it's good from behind too. So long as your opponent went tall and not wide, then yeah. Super Evo it, clear the board, and they're just dead. Alright, that was Swordcraft. Swordcraft is tied for the best craft in Take-Two as things currently stand. And this is not something that I alone think. This is something that's been, pretty universally spoken of anywhere in the Shadowverse scene. So you are going to be seeing a lot of Sword, and if you are playing Take-Two, realistically, if you want the highest possible win rate, you're probably drafting a lot of Sword. You will be, because Take-Two is no longer a pick from one of 3 classes. You can pick whatever class you want. You get to see what your Sword legendary is going to be. And if you see, like, Gildaria or Amalia in the opener, yeah, you just select Sword, and you probably get an easy, 3 to 6 wins off of it. You're going to be seeing a stupid amount of Sword, so when you are drafting, especially if you are drafting other classes, you should be drafting in ways to deal with Sword. It will be the highest played class for a reason. Potentially, I do not know if Side Games is going to want to nerf cards for Take-Two specifically and have them be, like, removed or get lower offering rates. But if they did, then Sword would be the class that would happen in. Play Sword, love Sword, become Honest Craft. And that's it for Sword. We'll be right back with the next class. Whoo! 2 down! God, each one of these is taking me like 40 minutes, and I still have how many left? I want to swap classes. Just open the deck builder every time. I cannot wait to talk about Rune. Alright, give me a minute to restart my Go XLR. Testing, testing. Okay. Okay, I think issues have been fixed. I'm going to do the usual thing, so I'm gonna run ads real quick and get a drink and sit in front of my fan because Jesus Christ, I am dying, and I still have like 4 classes to get through. And then after I have to edit all of this. All right, I'll be right back. Hello. We are back with extra drinkies. Let me fix this. Alrighty. I think we are ready for Rune. And my recording stuff set up. Alright. 3, 2, and 1. Hello, this is Lynn, and welcome back to the Take-Two card review for Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, and we are now on Runecraft. Runecraft, unfortunately, is the big loser when it comes to transitioning from instructed to take 2, and I'll explain why. So for starters, here we have Foresight, which is a 1-mana spell that lets you draw a card. Obviously, you want to be using this to spell boost, and this is just a deck thinner, but you do not want to be spell boosting that much in Take 2. Spell boost is very weak, and decks in Take 2 are smaller than they are in Constructed. You do not have a 40 card deck, you have a 30 card deck. So while Foresight does help you get through it a little bit faster, it is ultimately just a card that does not do anything. It is just a 1-mana cycle, and there are much better things that you should be doing than cycling for 1 mana and taking up a card in your deck. Stormy Blast, on the other hand, is a 1-mana spell where X starts at 2, and on spell boost, increase X by 1. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it X damage. This is a solid 3 out of 5. It's really good early. If you've spell boosted it a little bit, it can kill higher cost minions. It's basically runes like premium removal. Kill any one thing that you want, so long as you've invested a little bit of spells into it. Realistically, this probably isn't getting like past 6 or 7, but that's fine. Even at like 5, 6, 7, you're spending 1 mana to kill basically whatever you want, and that's as good as it gets. Witch's New Brew is a 1-mana Earth Sigil that draws you a card, and on engage, gains you an Earth Sigil. This is much better than Foresight because this sets up Earth Sigils, and Dirt Rune is by far the better way to play Runecraft in Take 2, because Dirt is the rune that wants to set up a board, and you want to be using your Earth Sigils to do stuff. It's also a lot more flexible than it was in Shadowverse 1, where for 1 mana on any turn, if you just have some spare mana, you can engage it, you can get a free Earth Sigil, and then use those for effects later down the line. If you're going to be cycling your deck with a 1-mana card, then this is the one that you want to be doing it with. Apprentice Astrologer is a 2-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Select a card in your hand, into the deck, draw a card, and gain an Earth Sigil. So this is basically a Ruby in Rune, and I gave Ruby a 4 out of 5, and I will also be giving Apprentice Astrologer a 4 out of 5. It is Ruby with minor upside. This can help fix your draws. It's a solid card on curve, and the Earth Sigil is relevant in, most of your rune drafts. This is probably like your premier curve minion. Miss Miranda Adored Academic is a 2-mana 2/2 that spell boosts on Fanfare, and for Evolve, select an enemy follower, deal 3 damage, and spell boost your hand. This is a 4 out of 5. If you have any amount of incidental spell boost, she will buff it. If you play her on 4 or 5 going second, and you evo her and snipe something down, that you're super happy about it. It's a 2-drop with potential upside, which is really good. Penelope, Potions Prodigy, is a 2-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Gain 2 Earth Sigils. The Super Evolve will draw you 2 cards, restore 2 defense to your leader, and gain 2 more Earth Sigils. This is a 3 out of 5, and the reason for that is because it is a gold. If you are taking this as your gold, it means you did not get anything better, but you're not like unhappy to get it. She's a fine 2-drop. And if she was like silver or bronze, she'd be a 4 out of 5. The Super Evo probably isn't as useful, especially in Take 2 as it would be in Constructed, but sometimes it'll come up. Sometimes you'll, want an extra heal or want some extra card draw. So it's a little bit of upside, but ultimately it's just like a decent on-curve 2-drop. Melody, Adoring Witch, is a 2-mana 2/2 with Fanfare. Add a Witch's New Brew to your hand. If there's a Super Evolved allied follower on the field, gain 2 Earth Sigils. Melvie is a 4 out of 5 and is another of your premium 2-drops. She'll gain you another Earthright. It's basically 2 mana to draw a card and set up some Earth Sigils, which is perfectly fine and what Rune wants to be doing. You're happy to draft any number of copies of her, and you'll play, anywhere from 3 to 4 of them if you have them. Arcane Archivist is a 2 mana 2/2 with select a card in your hand and return to the deck, draw a spell. So it is a Ruby, but for spells, which unfortunately makes it worse. Rune does still need to curve out, and you do need 2 mana 2/2, so I won't be giving him a 2 out of 5. Drawing a spell can be relevant, but the problem is Rune's spells are best used in conjunction with other cards. They're not very good on their own. So this is fine, but probably not more than that. Truth Summons is a 2 mana spell that summons a Clay Golem, which is a 2 mana 2/2. So basically, it's a 2 mana 2/2, but with spell boost. Say 2 out of 5. You'll probably end up drafting this, since it's a basic card, and it'll be exactly what it says on the tin. It'll be a 2 mana 2/2. That's all you need for your curve. Radiant Rainbow is a 2 mana spell with select a card with on spell boost and spell boost it and draw a card. You do not want to be doing this on 2. You would want any follower over this, and whatever you are spell boosting better be real good, and there are just not that many insane spell boosts that you can do with this. Essentially it's just a 2 mana cycle and skips your turn. You want to avoid drafting this in pretty much all situations. This is not something that you want to be picking up at all. Pascal's Dance is a 2 mana gold with gain an Earth Sigil, gain Crest Pascal's Dance. The crest has a single countdown. At the end of your turn, draw a card, Earthright. For 10, double the attack and defense of all allied followers on the field. This, unfortunately, is what we call a throwaway gold. This is probably the gold you really, really don't want to see. It's most of the times this is going to be 2 mana, gain an Earth Sigil, draw a card, and you, just like I said with the last card, you would want any follower over this. The Earthright 10 will not come up will come up in like maybe 1 out of every 50 games at best. You just don't really want to be doing that. Do I just give this a 1? Yeah, I'm gonna give this a 1 out of 5. You don't want to draft this. It's very mediocre, even if you're spell boost, even if you're Earthright. Just it. Dazzling Rune Knight is a 3 mana 2/2 that is modular, so you can either spell boost your hand 2 times or give it +2/+2 and ward. This is a solid 3 out of 5 minion. Sometimes this will just be a 3 mana 4/4 with ward, and that's really good stats on turn 3. The spell boost can be relevant, usually won't be, but sometimes. Most of the time, this is going to be a 3 mana 4/4 with ward, which is not bad in the slightest, honestly. Owl Summoner is a 3 mana 3/3 that gains you an Earth Sigil, and on Evo, selects an enemy follower in the field and deals it 5 damage. This is another one of those 3.5 cards because it's not good enough to be a 4, but it is better than other 3/3s because the upside is actually relevant. Gaining an Earth Sigil isn't nothing, and if you play this on an Evo turn, 5 damage will kill pretty much whatever you want it to kill on a regular Evo turn. So you'll drop this a little higher than other 3/3s, and you'll be pretty happy with it. Good little workhorse. Oh, and Mysterious Swordsman is a 3 mana 3/3 with ward and clash. So a clash ability is anytime you get attacked or attack another minion, that will spell boost your hand, and on Evo will draw you 2 followers. This is a little bit worse than the bronze, actually, because this is a gold. The clash for spell boost, again, you generally don't want to be spell boosting that much in Take 2. Because you're just not going to have that much spell boost payoffs. Most Take 2 decks are going to be a mix of spell boost and Earthright, and given the option, you preferably want to be going more towards the Earthright route than the spell boost route. The Evo is nice. Drawing 2 followers is not the worst thing that you could be doing, but also, most of the time, this ends up just being a 3-3 for 3. With, like, minor upside with the word. Sage Light Teachings is another modular spell. You can either gain 4 Earth Sigils, restore 4 defense to your leader, or for Earthright 3, deal 4 damage to all enemy followers. This is a 5 out of 5. It is super flexible, and it is exactly what you want to be doing in Rune. Do you want to spell boost? Well, this spell boosts you. Do you want to gain Earth Sigils? Well, you have 4 Earth Sigils now. Do you need a little bit of healing after you've been behind? Well, here's your healing. Do you need a board clear? Well, here's a board clear. It slices, it dices, it does whatever you need it to be at any given time. So you will drop this and you will play every single copy you get. And sometimes every single copy will do a different thing, and that's perfectly fine. Homework Time is a 3-mana spell that draws 2 cards, and if it is spell boosted 5 times, it turns into Looking Smart. And Looking Smart is a 1-mana card that draws 2 and deals 2 to a random enemy follower. This is a 4 out of 5. It is pretty good card draw, even if you play this on turn 3. At its absolute worst, this card is a Seraphic Radiance, and getting the spell boosted a couple of times isn't going to be that rare in Rune. So most of the time, it's going to be a 1-mana draw 1 and deal 2. Just try not to fire it off on 3 unless, you really bricked. It's solid. You can pick it pretty highly. It'll do some decent work for you. Flames of Chaos is a 3-mana spell that increases its damage dealt by 1 on spell boost and deals X damage split between all enemy followers. This is a 3 out of 5. If you can spell, the caveat here is if you have some amount of spell boost synergy or some amount of spells to work with it. It does not work very well on its own. It is not a board clear. It is a board clear that you have to work for. But if you put in the work, it is a 3-mana board clear, and 3-mana board clear is absolutely premium. Remy and Remy, Two-Face Switch is a 4-mana 4/4 with Fanfare Earthright, summon a Guardian Golem, and for on Super Evo, you select an allied Golem, evolve it, and give it +3/+3. This is one of Rune's best silvers. Earthright 1 is something that you can have set up on an Evo turn very easily. The Super Evo is just like some additional bonus where you get a free Evo that can clear something big or set up a big ward, and it's just good stats for the cost. This is as close as Rune is going to get to their own Zirconia, and it'll be rated about as much. This puts 7/7 worth of stats on the board, and 9/9 with an Evo. Zirconia puts... It puts 1/1's less worth of stats than Zirconia. It's basically Rune Zirconia. In Take 2. In Constructed, obviously not. Next is Starry Eyed Penguin, a 4-mana 2/2 with Fanfare, draw 2 cards, and evolve, spell boost your hand 2 times. It's a little understated, but you're not really playing it for the stats. You're playing it to dig deeper into your deck. The evolve can sometimes be relevant. Spell boosting something twice can, enhance your board clear, give you some extra added value. It's fine. You'll play it. Sometimes you won't be super happy with it. Sometimes it's just too understated. But because it comes on an Evo turn and can ultimately end up clearing something, it plays better than it reads. Otherwise, Sage Light Ward is a 4-mana 2/2 with Fanfare, Earthright 2, evolve her, and when this follower evolves, Deal 4 damage to a random enemy follower and recover 2 play points. Another one of Rune's 4 out of 5 gold. You're always super happy to see her. The Earthright 2 is basically free. This also ignores evolution turns, so even if you do not have evolution points available to you, so if you're going first and it's turn 4, she will still evolve. And she will still deal the 2 and recover the 2 play points. Very good card. Can snipe ambushes, can clean up minions, kill whatever you needed to kill, and trades in free evos that are super good. And yeah, she basically just costs 2 mana, which is nothing for a 4/4. Enchanting Perfumer is a 4 mana 3/3 with Fanfare select an enemy follower, deal 3 damage, and gain an Earth Sigil. And on Evo, you do it again. This is another 4 out of 5. So on a 4 turn, this can deal 6 damage to any number of 2 targets, and is a 5/5 on its own. It also gives you 2 Earth Sigils that you can use later on. One of your premier primary 4 drops. Arcane Eruption is a 4 mana spell that deals 2 damage to all followers, and Earthright 1 will draw you a card. It's fine. It'll help clean up like token boards. It'll help you if you're going first and you're like a little bit behind. This will help you stabilize. And more often than not, you will draw a card out of this. Getting Earthright 1 is not like a big ask, especially in Take 2. It's fine. You're not like super hyped to see it, but you'll play this and it will clear boards. Glacial Crash is a 4 mana bronze. Select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. Earthright 1, deal 2 damage to the enemy leader. Do you have a 3 or a 4? This is good. It's just unconditional removal and just a teensy bit of damage. Unconditional removal is good in Take 2. That's pretty much all there is to it. 4 mana kill a thing is perfectly acceptable. Runeblade Conductor is a 5 mana 1/1 that gets +1/+1 on spell boost. And on Fanfare, select an enemy follower on the field and deal it X damage, X being its attack. I'm giving this a 2 out of 5, but if you are heavier on the spell boost, this jumps up to potentially anywhere from a 3 to a 4. Being able to kill something is super relevant. Realistically, you can, spell boost this pretty easily. I would say 4 or 5 times. Anything more than that, you're being a little greedy. But if you're like going into the hyper late game and you've got this thing on like 7-8 spell boosts, it's great. The only problem with it is that this is probably like one of the worst top decks you could possibly have. If you're in the late game and you top deck this, you just feel so bad. A 5 mana 1/1 is not good. Not even remotely good. Emilu, Witch of Wonder, is a 5 mana 2/2. On spell boost, reduces its cost by 1. On evolve, you summon a clay golem, deal X damage to all enemy followers, X being the number of golems you have. If you are playing Earthright, or you've just drafted like some amount of golems, she's perfectly fine. And if you can spell boost her down to like 3 mana, 2 mana, she's decent. The extra damage, at worst, like, she evos and deals 1 to the board, which is fine. You're not gonna need, like, that much more than that. She's okay. The worst rendition of Emilu? True, but even at her worst, she's perfectly acceptable. Juno, Visionary Alchemist, is a 5 mana 3/3 with Fanfare. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal X damage, X being your number of Earth Sigils. On Evo, you gain its crest, which is at the end of your turn. Earthright 1, summon a Guardian Golem. And if I haven't gone over it already, a Guardian Golem is a 3 mana 3/3 with Ward. So it's a 5 mana 3/3 that acts as removal and then for the next 3 turns, summons you a free 3/3 with Ward. Yeah, this is a 5 out of 5. It generates you a significant amount of additional bodies. Those bodies give you protection, and it itself is removal. And the only cost is an Evo point. Super good. You're getting a ton of stats out of it. Draft this super highly. Juno will win you games. Anne and Graham, Mysterious Duo. Fanfare summon and summoning, which is a 5/5 minion with Rush and Ward that destroys itself at the end of your opponent's turns. Spell boosts your hand 3 times. And on Evo, select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. If you have played Shadowverse at all, you do not need me to tell you that Anangrea is a 5 out of 5 and is a primary contention for a card that needs to be nerfed. Anangrea, at its worst, without an Evo point, kills something, spell boosts 3 times, and puts a 4/4 on the board with protection. At its best, Anangrea kills 3 things and sets up a protection for a 6 damage minion, which is insane for an Evo turn. This card is crazy. If you see this, you draft it. You draft every single copy. If you get 3 copies, you play 3. If you get 4, you play 4. You play every single copy. Get ready to hear a lot of Ready Grea right behind you, Anne. Yeah, it's good. It's literally, it's probably the top or second best rune legendary. Brigand Rejected Arts is a 5 mana 4/4 that summons 2 copies of an Onion Patch, which is a 1 mana 1/1 with Rush that on attack will spell boost your hand. And on Evo, you gain her crest, which lets you summon an Onion Patch at the beginning of your turn. This is another easy 5 out of 5. She comes down during an Evo turn. She creates another 2/2's worth of stats immediately. So that's 8/8 worth of stats for 5 mana. 3/3, all of which, have Rush. The 2/2 have Rush, even if you don't Evo her. And from every turn henceforth, you will be summoning a 1/1. Even if you completely ignore the 1/1's ability to spell boost, just summoning a free 1/1 every turn is good enough to fight tokens, to generate additional value, heal off some things. It's really good. Probably want as many of these as you can get. William Mysterian Student is a 6 mana 5/5 that on spell boost increases its X by 1, and on Fanfare deals X damage to all enemy followers, and on Evolve spell boost your hand 2 times. William is unfortunately not as good in Take 2 as he is in Constructed because of how expensive he is, and because you are not spell boosting as much. He is a board clear, but just like the spell Chaos, you need to put in work for him. You need to spell boost him to get to that point, and if he's not at that point, he's a 6 mana 5/5, which is slightly understated. His Evo ability, while fine, isn't like premium. So he gets slightly worse score than the spell. If you have the option between William and Reign of Chaos, Reign of Chaos is better. Just a little more flexible. 6 mana is a lot. 6 mana is just a lot. Norman, Adamant Alchemist, is a 6 mana 5/5 with Fanfare Earthright 1. Select a mode to activate. His first mode gives you a Guardian Golem and gives it Barrier. His second mode draws you 3 cards. His third mode restores 4 defense to your leader, and on Evo, you get to do it again! Yeah, this is easy 5 out of 5. It's not even close. This is probably Rune's best legendary by a mile. It does everything you want. Do you want to be aggressive and set up a board? Make some golems. Are you getting low on cards? Draw some cards. Are you kind of low because you've been fighting for board and taking chip damage? Heal a potential 8. And yeah, he's just so flexible. He does everything you want for the low cost of what, 2 Earth Sigils? Which is nothing, even in Take 2. You draft every copy, you play every copy. You're super happy with him. 5 out of 5. Nobody needed me to say it was 5 out of 5. Kuon, Fivefold Master, is a 7-mana 3/3 with fanfare. Summon a Celestial Shikigami, a Demonic Shikigami, and Paper Shikigami. And for enhanced 10, you destroy all your Shikigamis and summon a Noble one instead. On Super Evo, you select an ally Shikigami and give it Storm. A Celestial Shikigami is a 4/5 with Word that spell boosts your hand 3 times when it dies. A Demonic is a 3/3 with Rush that spell boosts your hand on death. A Paper is a 2/1 with Rush that spell boosts your hand. And the Noble is a 10-mana 1/1 that gets +X+Y, where +X+Y is the total attack and defense of everything that was destroyed this turn. Kuon, of course, is a 5 out of 5. He generates a board, and that board has protection. He can spell boost, but even more importantly than any of those things, Kuon acts as a 10-mana finisher, which is something that Rune does not have all that much of. This is basically Rune's Albert, and on 10 mana, if you've saved up a Evo point, he can deal in 11 damage without anything else. And if you can set it up in a way where some additional Shikigami have died, it's even more. Super good, super premium. The best thing you could be doing at 7 mana. Also at 7 mana is Demonic Call, which is a 7 mana gold spell that summons a Demonic Shikigami, but reduces its cost by 1 on spell boost. This is not as good in Take 2 as it is in Constructed, because you will not be getting as many spells and generating as many spell boosts as you can in Constructed. So more often than not, it's totally fine to play this on 3 mana as like a 3/3 with Rush. That will spell boost your hand. Sometimes this will just end up being a dead break in your hand, which is why I cannot give it any higher. But it's fine. You'll probably end up drafting it more often than not. It's just not as good as it is in Constructed. Lilanthem, Anathema of Edacity, is an 8 mana 5/5 with Aura, which means she can't be targeted by enemies for spells or abilities. And last words of the right 2, she resummons herself. On Super Evo, you select 2 enemy followers on the field and destroy them. Lilanthem is a 5 out of 5 if you have drafted even a remote amount of Earthrights. She is as close as we are currently going to get to, what's that one Haven card from Shadowverse 1? The one that never dies? I forgot its name. But she's very, very good at what she does. Yeah, Dirt Mordecai. That's a better way of looking at it. Yeah, she will come down, she will kill 2 things, and then when she dies, you get another copy of her. She is the Earth finisher for Rune, and she's a really damn good one. Snowman Army is an 8 mana spell that reduces its cost on spell boost. Select an enemy follower on the field, set its defense to 1, and until the end of your opponent's turn, give it can't attack followers or leaders. This is a 2 out of 5. It's not very good. You will end up needing to draft this just because it will be in the pool with other things, but you're never super happy to see it, and it takes so much work to get this down to like a reasonable amount. I really miss the Snowman cards from Shadowverse 1. If this was anything like those, it would be way better. As it is, it's mediocre at best, and like realistically, like even at 1.5, you don't want to draft this. If I saw this, I'm like leaning away from it. Blaze Destroyer is a 10 mana 8/6 that reduces its cost by 1 on spell boost. Yeah, so this is a solid 2 out of 5. Just like with the rest of the spell boost cards, you are not getting to a point where you are spell boosting this to 0 realistically. Unless, you've drafted the God draft with multiple Angrays and Bergens. If you play this for like 5 or 6, it's a solid minion. And sometimes that's good enough, but sometimes it will just sit in your hand and be a 10 mana 8/6, which is something you don't want to play. Really bad on top decks, not that amazing, like being stuck in your definitely don't pick this as highly and like think it's gonna be as good as it is in constructed. And finally, we have Dimension Climb, an 18 mana spell that reduces its cost by 1 on spell boost. Returns your hand to your deck, draws 5 cards, spell boosts 5 times, and fully recovers your play points, which is in essence an extra turn. So, if you're playing against Rune in Constructed, this card is the bane of you. Dimension Climb into Akikitis is one of the worst things that can possibly happen to you in Constructed. And thankfully, in Take 2, this card is garbage. This card is complete and utter garbage in Take 2. 18 mana is way too much. You are not spell boosting this down to a reasonable amount, and even at its best, all it does is draw you 5 cards and resets your play points, which is okay at best. You could be doing way better things for the amount of work that you have put into this card. You do not want to be drafting Dimension Climb almost ever. If you see a Dimension Climb and you want to meme with it, this is a great meme card. If you want to like go pure spell boost and hard meme and try to like build Constructed and Take 2, more power to you. But if you're aiming to win, if you're going for 7 wins, you do not pick this. You do not ever pick this. And that is it for Runecraft. Runecraft did not make out as good as it could have. It has some decent followers and some premium cards, but it also has a bunch of bricks, and you have the potential when you're getting into like your legendaries to be offered like a Dimension Climb and a Demonic Call in a pick, or just like curve fillers like Penelope and Pascal's Dance. And when your average on bomb picks is getting curve fillers, you're just not in like a very good spot. That's not to say that Rune can't draft insane. If you get like all of the pieces for Earthright, and you have the Earth Rune generation, and then you get like a copy of Lelanthem, you get a Norman, you get lucky enough to get a Kuan in there somewhere, then yeah, you're gonna have a really, really nice high roll deck, and you can. It's not like Rune can't get to 7 wins, but when you are drafting Rune, you're going to find that your Rune drafts are going to be your most inconsistent drafts by a mile. And because of that inconsistency, Rune is unfortunately going to be the worst class in Take 2 at launch. Even with Anangrea, even with Kuan, even with Norman, the problem is your deck is just going to be a mishmash of all these things. And being a mishmash in a format where Sword can just outright kill you on turn 8 is not going to be good enough. Alright, well that's it for Rune, and I will see you in the next one. Whew! We're getting there. We are getting there. 4 more classes. Okay, Rune was quick though. Rune only took 30 minutes. Hopefully I don't have that much to say about Dragon. Same as last time, I need to use the bathroom, get a drink, sit in front of my fan, and unfortunately run ads again so that people don't get pre-rolls. One sec, actually, before I do, here you go, Lumi. Thanks for sticking around so far. Hopefully now you can be ad free and you don't have to worry about ads anymore. All right, I will be right back. Dragon has a better Take 2 over Constructed by far. Yeah, easily. Dragon's pretty solid in Take 2, I think. God, I just want to collapse and, like, drink 5 strong 0. We have 4 more classes to get through. And I'm not stopping until I get every one of them. Yeah, that one makes sense. I know Pixango's like the Portal Craft player. Portal, by the way, is tied with Sword for probably the best class in Take 2. Alrighty, I think I'm ready. So let's go ahead and get into it. 3, 2, and 1. Hello, this is Lynn, and welcome back to the card review and tier list for Take 2 in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. We are on Dragoncraft now! And Dragoncraft, while being probably tied for the worst class in Constructed right now, has a much better showing in Take 2, so Dragon players rise up! Alright, let's begin. Soaring Ivory Dragon is a 1-mana 1-1 with Fanfare. If you're an overflow, draw a card, and it has Rush. This is a solid 3 out of 5. It'll draw you a card past turn 7, and it can, help you clean up a body. It's decent. You don't draft this like super highly, but it'll replace itself and it'll do work. The only thing is, you do not want to play this on turn 1 ever. You always save this for when you have overflow. Just playing this as a 1-mana 1-1 isn't worth it, but playing this as a, 7 mana, draw a card, play a 6 drop is pretty solid. Dragon has better high end than most other classes, so this getting you to it is more valuable than an effect like this would be in another class. Strike of the Dragonute is a 1-mana spell, so with an enemy follower, deal 2 damage. If you're in overflow, deal 4 instead. Another 3 out of 5. Very, very solid removal. Dealing 2 is relevant in the early game. Dealing 4 is relevant in the late game to, ping or clean something up. Super good card. You'll draft it fairly highly because it is removal, and removal is always premium. Fan of Otohime is a 1-mana gold amulet with engage 3. Summon an Otohime's bodyguard, select the card in your hand, and discard it. An Otohime bodyguard is a 2-2 with ward and storm. Unfortunately, Fan of Otohime gets a 2 out of 5. You cannot draft in pure aggro and Take 2, and more than likely you are going to be picking cards that have actual value, and discarding them with Fan is going to feel really, really, really bad. The Otohime's bodyguard is fine, and like a 3-mana 2-2 with Storm Ward is a fine minion on its own, but you don't want to be spending a card in your deck and then feeding additional cards into it just for extra 2-2s with Storm. If Discard Dragon ends up coming back as an archetype and Fan of Otohime is still around, this will go up. But as it currently stands, with the first 2 expansions out without any like discard synergy in Dragon, this just isn't really worth drafting. Fireworm Blade is a 1-mana amulet with engage 1. Destroy it, select an allied follower, and give it +1/+1. And last words, summon a Fireworm Blade. This is a decent little amulet. It is not the worst thing that you could be doing, but it's also not the best. But with that said, setting up a turn 1 Fireworm and just always having the ability to, buff something for 1 and then resummon it, the fact that it resummons itself is important, and over the course of a game, you can generate a really good amount of value from it. It's probably the best 1-drop you can play in Dragon. You should pick this and not be sad about it. Searing Dragonute is a 2-mana 2/2 that with fanfare selects an enemy follower on the field and deal it 1 damage. Good little on-curve minion. You can play it as a 2-mana 2/2 that doesn't ping something, or you can play it as a 2-mana 2/2 that pings off a knight or a fairy, and that's perfectly okay. Sometimes you can ping off more important things, and you'll be happy with it. Totally fine card. You're never sad to draft it. Little Dragon Nanny is a 2-mana 1/1 that summons a Fire Drake Whelp, which is a 1-mana 1/1 with Intimidate. And if you evolve her, you summon another 1-mana 1/1 with Intimidate. So it's 2 mana for 2/2's worth of stats, which, it's fine, it's on curve. But one of those stats has Intimidate, which means it cannot be attacked. It can still be targeted, but it cannot be attacked. This is a solid minion. At worst, it's just a 2/2, and you trade off the 1/1 part of it, and then you trade off the other 1/1 part of it, and there's nothing wrong with that, and you're perfectly fine with it. At best, your enemy can't deal with the 1/1 Intimidate, and you get to chip in some free face damage while still contesting the board. Super solid. If you're drafting a little more aggressive, it's even better. Yeah, it's fine. Intent Dragon Princess is a 2-mana 2/2, and if there is a super evolved allied follower on the field, draw 2 cards. This is the very definition of filler. The fanfare will almost never come into play, but if you're drafting for curve and you need a 2-mana 2/2, then you need a 2-mana 2/2. Sometimes you just need a 2-mana 2/2, and you'll draft it just for that. Eileen White Frost Bloom is a 2-mana 2/2 with fanfare, where if you are in overflow, add a White Frost Whisper to your hand. She has Bane and deals 1 damage to all enemy followers on evolve. White Frost Whisper is a 3-mana spell that is modal, so you can either destroy all damaged enemy followers or increase the cost of all cards in your opponent's hand by 1 until the end of their turn. Eileen is a very solid 4 out of 5. A 2/2 body with Bane is good at contesting the board early. Her evolve will help you clean up tokens, and the Bane body will then, crash into something. And if you get her in the late game, then you have you save her for late game, then you have a 5-mana, full board clear that leaves behind a body with Bane on it, which is super solid. She's not a game ender. She's not gonna, single-handedly win you the game, but she's a solid little board piece. The handstone effect is very, very unlikely to come into play. Incredibly unlikely, but it's there. It's there if you want it. More often than not, she will just end up being a 5-mana board clear on 7, and that's perfectly fine and reasonable to have. Also, best feat in the game, which, may be more important. Call of the Megalorca is a 2-mana spell that summons a Majestic Megalorca, which is a 2-mana 2/2 with Rush. And if you are in overflow, you draw another one. This is a 3 out of 5 if you are drafting it on its own, and it is a 4 out of 5 if you have more than 3 of them. The more you draft of these, the better they become because of that overflow ability, which will ultimately let you thin your deck. But even at its worst, it's a 2-mana 2/2 with Rush. Like, you'll take it, you'll use it, you'll trade with it, and it'll go for you, and yeah, fine. Marine Crab Dragon is like a perfectly reasonable thing to draft around. Aetha Windrider is a 3-mana 2/1 with a fanfare where if you are in overflow, give this follower Intimidate, and she has Storm. This is a premium silver, and if you are an aggro dragon, she becomes even more premium. The Intimidate on a Storm follower is extremely relevant because if you play her on an Evo turn, you Evo her and you go face, your opponent must have some kind of answer. If they do not answer the Aetha, then there is a very good chance that they will end up dying to her. Dying to Aetha and just not drawing a removal spell or not drawing it out is, yeah, it happens. It happens quite a lot. Aetha is a lot better than you would think just by her stat line. Zell Windreader is a 3-mana 3/3 that on Super Evo can pick another follower and give it Storm. This is another one of those, 3-mana 3/3s with niche upside. If you get the Super Evo, great. If you don't, well, it's a 3-mana 3/3, and you're perfectly fine drafting that. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing too exciting about it either. Dragon Sign is a 3-mana spell that gains 1 max play point, and if you have 10 max play points, you draw a card. How do I evaluate ramp? This gets better in multiples, but as single copies, I'm gonna give this a 4 out of 5. More often than not, if you see a Dragon Sign, you're gonna take it, but the tempo cost in Take 2 is very real, and you should keep it in mind. Skipping your turn 3 can sometimes lead to a loss. So it is not, an always take, but it is a usually take. This is what Dragon wants to be doing, Dragon wants to be ramping. But the difference between Dragon Oracle ramping you on 2 and this ramping you on 3 is immense. It's really big. Skipping your turn 3 can be very painful. But if you've drafted around it, especially if you have like some board clears, then yeah. It's ramp, and ramp is pretty good in, limited. Golden Melody is a 3-mana spell that draws you 2 cards, and if you're in overflow, restore 2 defense to your leader. It's Seraphic with a little bit of additional upside if you're in overflow. You'll take it, and you'll play it, and sometimes you'll just draw 2 cards, and sometimes you'll heal 2. Sometimes you just need to take a 3-mana draw 2. It's fine. Draconic Berserker is a 4-mana 4/5 on Evolve. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 4 damage. And for Super Evolve, deal that damage to all enemy followers instead. This is a very good minion. The fact that it comes down on an Evo turn, it can kill potentially up to 3. Not 3. It can kill potentially up to 2 things, and then if you save it for a Super Evo turn, it acts as a board clear, makes it very, very flexible, and flexibility is exactly what you want in Dragon. Very good, and you'll be drafting this quite often and picking it quite highly. Fledgling Dragon Slayer is a 4-mana 2/2. Select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. It's removal, and it has a body. The body may not always be relevant, but if you need to kill a thing, you need to kill a thing. 4 mana, kill whatever you want is a good rate. Take it, play it, and usually it won't disappoint you. It's probably better in Dragon than in any other class, specifically because you can ramp, and that 4 mana isn't worth as much to you as it is to another class. White Scale Herald is a 4-mana 4/4, and if you're in overflow, restore 4 defense to your leader. It's fine. 4 mana 4/4, if you're just playing it on curve, is the 4 mana 4/4 that you're playing on curve. The life healing can be relevant. 4 is not a non-zero amount. But generally, you're just going to play this as a 4/4, and you're going to curve with it. Marion Ravishing Dragonute is a 4 mana 3/3, where you can select another allied follower on the field and give it +2/+2. And if you are in Overflow, give it +3/+3 instead. This is a little bit better than a 3. This goes up in value, especially if you get minions with Intimidate. Like putting this on a Forte or putting this on one of the 1/1 dragons from Nana is really, really good. The Overflow is just like added bonus. It's fine. It'll help you trade up. It'll help you hit face harder. Just really good at what it does. Blue Fang Golden Award is a 4 mana 3/3. If you are in Overflow, you get to evolve it for free, and when it evolves, you gain 1 max play point. This is a 5 out of 5. You get this on an Evo turn. You Evo. Congratulations, you have now ramped and set up a decent body on the board. Alternatively, it is just a free 5/5 after turn 7 with Rush, which is really, really good. This is, given the option, you're never going to get this option because, one's a silver and one's a gold, but between Dragon Sign and this is way better. The body is very relevant here. Metalforged Dragonkeeper is a 5 mana 5/5 that on Enhanced 7 summons a Vastwing Dragon, which is a 5/5 with Intimidate. It's good. It's really good. A 5 mana 5/5 is totally fine, and then on 7, putting out 10/10's worth of stats, 5/5 of which is Intimidate. Yeah, you probably are always saving this for Enhance, but it'll do what you want it to do, which is set up a really threatening board. Super solid silver. Sword Snout Trencher is a 5 mana 4/6, which gains Storm when you're in Overflow. It's fine. 4 mana 4. If it had Rush, this would be way better. But ultimately, it's just a little understated for a 5-drop. And if you're dropping this on 5, it's probably just getting removed really easily. But it can also close out games. Like, a Storm in, on turn 7+ is relevant. So, you will end up picking this. Realistically, it's more like a 2.5. Yeah, it's probably more of a 2.5 than a 2. You don't really, want to pick a lot of these or anything, but, it's not the worst thing you can do. Seasoned Merman is a 5 mana 3/3 that summons 2 copies of Majestic Megalorca, and on Evolve, summons another Majestic Megalorca. So for 5 mana with no Evo, you are getting 7/7's worth of stats, and with an Evo, you are getting 9/9's worth of stats, of which either 4 or 6 have Rush. You do not need me to tell you that this is absolutely insane. It's so many stats. It's just so many stats. This is basically a Swordcraft card, and if you're cosplaying Swordcraft in another craft, you're perfectly happy about it. Make dolphins, clear boards, set up boards. You play every copy you get. Axe-wielding Dragonslayer is a 6 mana 5/10 with ward, so it's overstated. It's an overstated ward, which is fine. It will fill your curve. It will block. It will either eat a removal spell, or take 10 damage worth of minions, which is not bad. It's just a little bit expensive. But you're the ramp class, so, if you ramp into it, potentially better. Kit Luxfang Champion is a 6 mana 8/7. When this card is discarded, give a random allied follower on the field +1/+0, and it has Rush. This is slightly better than the other 6-drops, purely because of how many stats it has. 6 mana 8/7 is severely overstated, and having innate rush means that usually this will come down, this will trade with something, and this will remain alive to trade into something else, or clean up like another minion, or eat a puppet, or eat some sword followers. It's fine. It's probably the best like non-gold 6-drop. Good. You can draft this pretty highly and not be sad about it. The discard synergy is totally irrelevant, by the way. You're not discarding Dragon right now. Zahar, Stormwave Dragon, is a 6 mana 3/3 that summons a Vastwing Dragon, which is a 5/5 with Intimidate, and has Ward. This is significantly worse than the 5 mana 5/5 that does the same thing for 7. The Ward is usually not relevant on a 3/3 body, and being a 6-drop, I would rather play a kit. So for 6 mana, you're getting 8 worth of stats, which is 1 more than kit, but you're giving up a gold legendary slot. The Intimidate can be relevant, but there's better things that you can be doing in Dragon. Forte, Blackwing Dragon is a 6 mana 5/2 with Storm and Intimidate. This is a 4 out of 5 and a 5 out of 5 if you are drafting aggressively and have a lot of Intimidates. If this is not removed with a spell or a minion that can directly target it, you are winning the game on the spot. With an Evo, she deals either 7 or 8 damage to the face, which is a significant amount. At its absolute worst, she trades and kills basically whatever she wants. It's really good, and it is a must-remove follower. If it is not removed, you probably just win the game on the spot. Calamity's Breath is a 6 mana spell that deals 5 damage to all followers, which is very good. It's a board clear in a Ram class, and 5 damage is usually enough to kill pretty much anything that you wanted to kill. Not much more else to say about it. You're gonna drop this really highly, you're gonna play it, and it's gonna kill a lot of Swordcraft followers. Draconic Strike is a 6 mana gold, so that you are in your hand, reduces cost by 2, and deal 3 damage to all enemy followers. This is also a 4 out of 5. The cost reduction is incredibly relevant given some of Dragon's more high cost spells. And the board clear is a board clear. It's not as good of a board clear as Calamitous Breath is, but you'll take any board clear that you can get as Dragon. Burnite, Anathema of Flame, is a 7 mana 7/7 with fanfare to select a card and discard it. Deal X damage to all enemy followers. X is the cost of the discarded card. And on Super Evo, you give your opponent a crest. That crest says at the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to your leader. And on each of your turns, when your leader's defense is restored, deal 1 damage to it. Your opponent gets that, not you. Important to remember. Yes, Burnite is a very easy 5 out of 5. Crest is incredibly relevant. She acts as her own board clear, and more than that, she is a mono board clear. So as long as you have a high enough card in your hand, you can treat her as a board clear for whatever cost it is that you need. The crest effect is also relevant. You cannot go into super hyper late game and ignore that crest. It will end up dealing a decent point of damage, and you can, and most likely will, end up winning the game off of it multiple times. Super good card. Neptune, Arbiter of the Tides, is a 7 mana 5/5 with fanfare. Gain crest Neptune, Arbiter of the Tides, and summon 2 copies of Majestic Megalorca. The crest says whenever an allied marine follower enters the field, restore 1 defense to your leader, and on Super Evo, you summon 2 more copies of Majestic Megalorca. This is the best gold that you have access to in Dragon. She wards, she sets up an instant board for you, and the healing that she provides is insanely relevant because you don't just get the healing off her, you get the healing anytime you would get another Megalorca. So that works off of your Merman, that works off of your Call of the Megalorcas. It's just a really, really, really good follower that provides an immense amount of value and can save you from like game-losing situations, which, yeah, that makes it a 5 out of 5. Pretty easy 5 out of 5. Warrior of the Deep is an 8 mana 6/6 that deals 6 to the enemy leader. If you're playing aggressive, bump this up another point. If you're playing tempo, this is still fine. 6 damage is not an insignificant amount of damage. And if you like ship them at all with like Fortes or with some Intimidate minions, this is gonna end the game. 6 mana is a lot of damage to get just, for free. You don't have to do anything for it. Just slams them for 6. Silver Cloud Dragon Rider is an 8 mana 6/6 with Ward, and last word, summon a Vastmine Dragon, which is that 5 mana 5/5 with Intimidate. It's fine. It's a little expensive, but if you've ramped it all, then it gets better. And even if you are playing it at 8 mana, by then usually people are no longer in Super Evo turns. All the Evos have been, used up and wasted, and it's fine. It's 11. It's 11 worth of stats for 8 mana. You'll take it. The ward is relevant here because of its huge body. Garyu Fabled Dragonkin is an 8 mana 5/5 that summons a Supreme Golden and a Supreme Silver Dragon on Fanfare. A Supreme Golden Dragon is a 4/5 with Word, and a Supreme Silver Dragon is a 5/4 with Rush. On Super Evo, Garyu gives all allied copies of Golden Dragon Storm and Silver Dragon Barrier. So Garyu is another 5 out of 6 out of 6. A 5 out of 5. Garyu is a ton of stats and drops usually with a Super Evo if you've ramped it all. The dragons are super relevant as bodies. They can clear pretty much anything. They do offer a little bit of protection. This is probably your second best Super Evo target after Burnus. Yeah, you'll play him and he'll do a lot for you. High pick. Fenny Prismatic Phoenix is an 8 mana 4/4 with Fanfare half the cost of all the cards in your deck. As good as it sounds, Fenny is unfortunately little more than a legendary meme. If you want to make content out of Fenny, she is great. But other than that, she is ultimately an 8 mana 4/4 that does nothing to the board, and doing nothing to the board is bad. Additionally, your deck in Take 2 is shorter than it is in Constructed. It has 10 less cards in it, so you are having significantly less good cards. I would probably avoid drafting Fenny in nearly every situation. She's very close to even being a 1. Twilight Dragon is a 9 mana 9/9 with Fanfare. Give all enemy followers on the field -0/-9 and a Super Evo that draws 3 cards. Huge follower that acts as a board clear and a must remove threat that can also refuel you. It's a 5 out of 5. It does what you want. And because it -0, -9 them, it can get through some things it gets through barriers. It gets through indestructible abilities. Super good, and will probably get better with time. And finally, we have Genesis Dragon Reborn, which is a 10 mana 9/8 with Storm. Its cost is very predictably high, but with that cost comes an immense amount of damage. 11 damage with an Evo, 9 damage without, 12 with a Super Evo is basically Albert tier, and if you chip your opponent away and you drop this, you will steal a game with it. It's good. It's not the best thing that you can be doing, and it is a little bit of a win more, but you can very easily take your opponent by surprise, and if you are playing against Dragon, you should always make sure that your health total is high enough that you can avoid getting burst down by this. And finally, for Dragon, we have Wise Guardian Dragon, which is a 10 mana 4/4. it has an ability that activates in hand whenever an allied follower super evolves, reduces cost by 3, and it summons a vast winged dragon on Fanfare. This is a 2 out of 5 at best. So the best thing that you can do with this is you can get it to be a 4 mana 4/4 that makes a 5/5. But by the time you've made it a 4 mana 4/4 that makes a 5/5, it is also like turn 8 or turn 9. And by that time, you want to be doing better things than just putting some stats on board. Her actual body is just not worth playing. Yeah, it does work better with Olivia because Olivia can trigger it easier, but you're not picking this just because you have an Olivia. If you're forced to take this because it like came with a good card, and then go for it, but you're not picking a set just because this is in it. And that's it for Dragoncraft. Dragon has a pretty good lineup of cards for Take 2, honestly speaking. It has a good amount of board clears, it has a couple of free evos, it has some ways to develop a board, and all that combines to a pretty decent class. While it's not going to be tier 1, it's not going to be competing with the 2 tier 1 classes, which are Sword and Portal. This is a very good like tier 2 class, and probably about as good as like Forest in terms of Take 2 dominance. You're not going to be like super stats to play it, and if you see like 2 good legendary picks in your Take 2 pool when you're picking class, you shouldn't not pick Dragon. Dragon is a lot more solid in Take 2 than it is in Constructed. Alright, and that's it for Dragon, and I will see you in the next one. Whew, 30 minutes only. We're getting there. This is going to be really good in Take 2 too, actually. Yeah, no, this is going to be really good in Take 2. Alright, you know the drill. Running ads. Sitting in front of my fan. I will be right back. I sound right now? Do I sound like I'm dying? I feel like I sound like I'm dying. Testing, testing. I've been drinking too. I'm just not used to talking for like super long periods anymore. Alrighty. Let's do Abyss, and then, depending on how I sound afterwards, I will make a decision on whether or not to continue or stop for the day and continue tomorrow. Just to save my voice a little bit. But first, it's okay. Thank you, though. Alrighty, let me take another drink and then. Soldier on, Queen, thanks. Alrighty. 1, 2, and 3. Hello, and welcome back to the Take 2 card review and tier list. We are back with Abysscraft, which is a little bit of a strange class for Take 2, but let's go ahead and start. Starting off, we have Lilith Enchanting Succubus, which is a 1-mana 1/1 with last words. Add a bat to your hand. This is a pretty mediocre 2 out of 5. You want your 1/1s to be giving you some kind of value, and like, sure, you get a bat, but Abyss is at a place right now where there's not really any bat synergy for that bat, so you're just getting another 1/1 that you play later, and you still have to spend the mana on it. And ultimately, that's just not really that worth it. Cultivator of Malice is another 1/1 with last words. Add a ghost to your hand. This is a 2.5 out of 5 because this is almost like the card that adds a bat, but instead it adds a ghost. And a ghost is more relevant than a bat, since a ghost is a 1/1 that has Storm, and then when it leaves the field, it gets banished. And also gets banished at the end of turn. So Storm is obviously more relevant than Drain, with that the bat has, because the bat's realistically not going to be attacking very often. But ghosts are perfectly fine. Can chip for lethal, can, help clear something. So it's slightly better, but you're still not really you still don't really want to drop this. between the two, I would pick this over the silver anytime. Reaper's Death Flash is a 1-mana spell. Select an allied and enemy follower on the field and destroy them. This is a 4 out of 5 because this is essentially unconditional removal. Sometimes you can use this to trigger your own last words. And this also has synergy with Super Evo, where if you use Reaper's Death Flash on a Super Evolved follower, on your turn, your follower will not die, but there still will. And that makes it kind of premium removal, because at that point, it's just 1 mana kill anything you want. And 1 mana kill anything you want is as good as it gets. Devious Lesser Mummy is a 2 mana 2/2 with Fanfare of Necromancy 4 to give it Storm. It's fine. It's a 2 mana 2/2 with potential upside. So you'll draft it, you'll play it. Sometimes the Storm will be relevant, sometimes it won't. Either way, it's just curve filler. Nameless Demon is a 2 mana 2/2 that summons 2 copies of Bats on Evo. So just like with the Mummy, this is a 2 out of 5. The Evo will sometimes be relevant, but very often it's just going to be a 4/4 that, summons 2 1/1s, which is fine, but there's better things that you want to be Evoing. There's better cards that you want to be playing. If you just drop it as a 2 mana 2/2, then it is what it is. Mito Shu'd Reaper is a 2 mana 2/1 with Enhance 4 to give itself Rush and Bane. And last words, it has a skeleton into its hand, to your hand, sorry. And a skeleton is a 0 mana 1/1. This is the very definition of premium removal. 4 mana, rush, kill whatever it is, be it a super evolved minion or a strong ward. It's basically Samurai, but you have to pay a little extra for it because you're not as good as Sword. You'll still pick it really highly, and it'll still do a really good job of being removal. Barrel Nightmare Incarnate is a 2 mana 3/3 with Fanfare, deal 3 damage to your leader, and on Evolve, restore 5 defense to your leader. This is closer to a 4 than it is a proper 3, because at 2 mana 3/3 is premium stats. At 2 mana 3/3, you are trading up pretty much anytime you want. You are very rarely trading down, and it is worth 3 damage because life, again, is a resource. The only life that matters is your own. If you get the Evolve, it's great, but the Evolve isn't really that relevant here. You're basically just playing this because it's a way overstated minion for its cost. That's sometimes really all you need. This can win you games, just like from playing it on turn 2. It's a very unassuming minion, but also very good. Pick her very highly. Arthur's Hellhound Blader is a 2 mana 2/2 with Ward that on Fanfare gives you 2 shadows, and on Evolve, Necromancy 4 deals 2 damage to a random enemy follower twice. This is a premium gold 2-drop. You usually do not want to just drop this on 2 for curve, but you will if you have to. More often than not, you're playing this and something else on an Evo turn, and Evoing it to clear anywhere from 3 to 4 things. Super good, and will get a lot of value if you give it the opportunity. Chaos Cyclone is a 2 mana spell where you can either draw a follower or reanimate 2. Most of the time you're going to be using this for reanimate 2, but if it's really early in the game and you like hard brick, you can use this to draw another follower, and for that flexibility, it gets a 2.5. You can get Orthrus back with it. You can get whatever, your quote-unquote premium 2-drop potentially. But even like at its worst, the Reanimate 2 will just get you a 2-drop. And that's what you're paying for. You're paying 2 mana for a 2-drop. Soul Predation is a 2 mana spell where you select an allied follower on the field and destroy it and draw 2 cards. This is a 4 out of 5. This is premium card draw. It has the same synergy with Super Evolved followers that Deathrite Slash has. It's very good with your skeletons. Just way better than Seraphic is, and for a way cheaper cost. You play pretty much all of these that you get. Rage of Serpents is a 2-mana spell. Selects an enemy follower or the enemy leader and deals 3 damage. You also deal 2 damage to your leader. So for the OGs, this is Razory Claw with gold and a little bit better because Razory Claw would hurt you first and then hurt the opponent. This hurts the opponent first and then you. Razory Claw was good, a solid removal spell in the early game and potential reach in the late game. And this is just like Razory Claw. It's a solid 3 out of 5. You will draft this and you won't be upset about it, but you'll also be a little, you won't be like super happy that it wasn't a better card either. It's taking up if this was a bronze or silver, it would be a 4 out of 5, but it's taking up a gold slot, does drop at a point. Ghastly Swan Ray is a 2-mana spell that adds a ghost, a skeleton, and a rotting zombie to your hand. We've already covered ghosts and skeletons, but a rotting zombie is a 3-mana 2/2 that on death just makes another copy of itself. It resummons itself, but without the last words. This is a very solid spell. It gives you something that you can play on turn 2 when you play it immediately. Albeit it is a skeleton that is, understated, but the rotting zombie makes up for it. Some classes just can't deal with a rotting zombie very easily, and a 3-mana 2/2 is a pretty sticky minion. It's fine. It gives you 4/4's worth of stats spread out over 3 bodies. Good. Winged Servants is a 2-mana spell that summons 2 bats. Very simple and very decent. It's 2-mana 2/2 spread out over 2 bodies, and they have Drain, which can sometimes be relevant, but usually isn't. Once there's more bat synergies in the game, this will be better, but right now it's fine. You'll play it. You won't hate yourself for it. Night Fiend is a 3-mana 4/3 with fanfare deal 1 damage to your leader. This is a 3 out of 5 because ultimately, at the end of the day, what Night Fiend is doing is it is killing other 3/3s. The fact that it is on the same curve as every other 3/3 in the game means that the 3/3s that have rush do kill it, so the extra point of attack doesn't really do that much. If it was a 3-mana 3/4, I would actually rate it significantly higher, but as a 3-mana 4/3, you treat this just like any other 3-mana 3/3, and you take it if you need to curve out. Arrow Moonstruck Vampire summons a bat, and whenever a bat enters the field, give it Storm and deal 1 damage to your leader. If you have somehow managed to draft 3 of these, and a ton of bats, and you're all in on the super aggro bat plan and take 2, congratulations, you've made it. But otherwise, this is a understated 3-drop that gives you a 1 that is net neutral in terms of HP because the Bane, the bat heals what you take, and you need an evil point to heal any more with it. It's fine with a slew of bats, but unless you are squarely drafting only bats, you are the Batcraft deck, you're not super happy with this. You'd rather have a 3-mana 3/3. Little Miss Bonemancer, me, is a 3-mana 1/2 with last word, summon 2 copies of Skeleton. This is a very solid 3 out of 5. It is understated, but it ultimately adds up to 3/4's worth of stats that you don't, have to play. It's super solid, super sticky. People don't like trading into these cards. People don't like giving you the value, and you can take advantage of that. You can find ways to abuse this. You can kill it for your Death Slash. You can use it to ultimately trade up. Solid sticky minion. Balto Dusk Bounty Hunter is a 3-mana 3/1 that on fanfare gives a crest, where at the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to both leaders. If you are playing the Hyper Aggro Bat Draft deck, then you can pick this and play it. But otherwise, you're not really super happy with this. It's pretty mediocre. And the fact that it has 1 HP means it dies to like a sword token. And if you're a gold if your gold follower dies to a sword token, you're not really very happy about that, are you? Well, the Blastwing is a 3 mana 2/4 with Rush, and whenever another allied follower super evolves, give it and this follower +2/+0. This is an easy 4 out of 5. Wella is very overstated for being a 3-drop, and the fact that she has Rush means that she cleans up 2-drops like no one's business. She can kill a 2/2, she can kill a 3/2 and still survive. Just a really, really good, really pushed follower. I would take every copy of her. Laura, Cruel Commander, is a 3 mana 3/2, where on Fanfare you select another follower on the field and give it Bane, and on Super Evolve, select another allied follower on the field and give it Storm. This is a solid gold. It's not amazing, it's a little bit unassuming, but if you have built up a board, then giving something Bane lets you trade up with it, and if somehow you've developed a situation where you can Super Evo this and get like an insane Storm follower, it's a pretty decent finisher. I can't rate it any higher than 3 just because it's not very flexible and sometimes you are just going to drop it on curve. But it's solid and, you'll play it and it won't be bad for you pretty much ever. Shadow Crypt Memorial is a 3 mana amulet that on Fanfare adds 2 shadows to your cemetery, and when you engage it, you destroy it and you make 2 ghosts. This is another solid 3 out of 5. The ghosts have Storm, so they're pretty flexible. They can be used as a finisher. You can use them as removal. The 2 shadows are extra. And there's a little bit of added synergy in this that you can set it up with like other cards that buff your followers. You can just hold off on engaging the amulet until you want to buff them. Works really well with Cerberus. Works really well with Olivia. Works really well with anything that buffs things. Pretty good. Amorous Necromancer is a 4 mana 5/4 with that on evolve summons 2 copies of Ghost, and if you Super Evo, the ghosts get drained. This was a card in original Shadowverse. It's basically a 1-for-1, but 4 mana summon 2 Ghosts was perfectly playable in Take 2 for the entirety of Take 2's existence, and it'll be perfectly playable here. Are there better things that you can do on 4? Yeah, absolutely. Will this, trade and kill some minions and leave behind a body? Yeah. Next is Yuna, Ghost Hunter, a 4 mana 3/5 with Ward, and last words, get a ghost or bat to your hand. This is another 3 out of 5. It is a little bit better than the previous card because it has a bigger butt, and a 5/7 Ward is annoying to deal with. The ghost and bat can be relevant, but it's just a little bit of added value. She's very cute and she's very good. You will end up drafting her, and she's solid on curve. Ceres, Blue Rose Maiden, is a 4 mana 1/4 with Bane, and at the end of your turn, restore 2 defense to your leader. If she has Super Evolve, you restore 4 instead, and you give her Barrier. This is a very good card. This card fights against aggro because it has Bane. It pretty much clears whatever you want, and if you did save it for a Super Evo turn, she is really sticky and really hard to deal with and heals you out of range of a lot. This is one of your premium golds, and you should pick her very highly. She will end up doing a lot of work for you. And yes, she will reapply the barrier if not killed. Mukan, Shadow Crypt Ward, is a 4 mana 3/3 with Fanfare Necromancy 8. Evolve him. Whenever allied departed follower, so that's ghosts, skeletons, and zombies, enters the field, give it Bane, and when it evolves, you summon a ghost. This is a 5 out of 5. It works really well as a tempo evo because it lets you kill whatever you want. It works really well in the late game because you'll have the necromancy to evolve it, and then you can just, Bane it. You can save your skeletons for this, and you can get skeletons with Banes. You can give your zombies Banes. really good and really flexible and really solid removal with a free Evo on top. Excella, Nocturnal General, is a 4 mana 1/3 that on Fanfare gives herself plus X plus O, where X is the number of allied and other allied followers on your field, so she does not count herself. And then you deal 2 damage to your leader, and she does have Storm. She is a solid Storm finisher. She can win you a game out of nowhere, but usually she's kind of an understated minion that, that deals 2 to you. She's not very good at board control. She's not very good at bringing you back from behind. So she's ultimately, at the end of the day, just a win more card. If you're drafting like the super hyper aggressive Abyss deck, then she's a lot better. But as just like a 4 mana gold, she's kind of mediocre. Dark Seal Demon is a 5 mana 4/4 that draws you 2 cards on Fanfare and deals 2 damage to your leader. And unevolved, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 6 damage. This is a very, very good bronze. Your premium bronze, in fact. Draw 2 and deal 2 is perfectly fine. And then if you Evo it, you generally get to kill 2 things, which means, and leave behind a 6 damage body. Super solid, super good value. Aragami, Eternal Hunter, is a 5 mana 4/3 that deals 7 damage split between all enemy followers, and unevolved deals 3 to both enemy leaders. Aragami is a 5 out of 5. If you drop him on curve, he is a board clear on pretty much every board. The Evo can be relevant if you are looking to get someone down to lethal, and the only negative that he has is he is slightly understated, but that doesn't really matter when you are clearing for as much as he does. Super good, super premium. You will take every copy you can get, and you will be super happy with it. Ream, the Silver Bullet, is a 5 mana 3/4 with Bane, and on Evolve, selects 2 enemy followers on the field, destroys them, and deal 2 damage to your leader. This is another very premium bronze card. He is understated, but his stats aren't relevant because he has Bane. So he can potentially clear up to 3 things just on the turn he comes down. He can potentially kill 4 things if he survives the first hit. Super solid, and if you do end up getting like a 4-for-1 with him, then yeah, he's almost as good as like a gold or legendary at that point. Charon, Stygian Oarswoman, is a 5 mana 4/4 that on Fanfare will reanimate 2 and reanimate 1. Whenever an allied departed follower enters the field, you will give it a ward, and if you super evo her, you get a crest with 2 countdowns on it, and at the start of your turn, you will reanimate 3. Charon is a 5 out of 5. Charon gives you potentially 3 bodies for 5 mana, 2 of those bodies having wards, and if you drop her down on a super evo turn, she will continue giving you free value. She is super solid, and you want as many copies of her as you can, but you do need to be careful with your reanimates. You do want, if you are drafting her, you should draft a couple of 1-drops just so that she does have a target for that one. Or at worst, just have some skeleton generation so she can just resummon skeletons. Mistress of the Bank is a 6 mana 3/6 with Storm and Bane. She isn't a bad follower by any means, but she's a little bit expensive for what she does. 6 mana 3/6 is not great stats. The Storm means that at most with a super Evo she only deals 6 damage, and yes, the Bane is relevant, but at 6 mana, she's just a little too expensive for everything that she wants to be doing. She's not good enough to storm and finish a game. She's not good enough to survive hitting another 6-drop and living. She's okay. Ghost Juggler is a 6 mana 5/5 with reanimate 4. So what are we reanimating with our Juggler? We're reanimating Yunas, we're reanimating Necromancers, we're reanimating Ceres, Amukons. Sorry. And all of those things are honestly pretty good. The Abyss has really, really good 4-drops, and the ability to get them back with Ghost Juggler is solid. Maybe later on down the line when the 4-drop slot's a little more cluttered, this will go down a couple points. But right now, this is super solid as long as you have a 4-drop. If you do not have good 4-drops, this goes down significantly. Undead Soldier is a 6-mana 3/3 that summons 2 copies of Rotting Zombie, which is the 2/2 that resummons itself. So ultimately, when you think about it, this is 6-mana 7/7 stats immediately on the board, and another 4/4 stats delayed. So in total, you're getting 11/11 worth of stats for 6 mana, which is very, very good, and is a 5 out of 5. The minions are a little understated, but they are very sticky, and sticky minions are really hard to clear for pretty much every class. So yeah, you're gonna want to pick this, and it's gonna be really annoying and come up the board. And then if you can buff them up further, then you can just win the game off this. Medusa, Venom-Fang Royalty is a 7-mana 3/7 with Rush that can attack 3 times per turn, and on Follower Strike, destroys the opposing follower without it dealing any damage to her. Medusa is a premium legendary, a 5 out of 5. Medusa can easily go 3 for 1, if not 4 for 1, and even 5 for 1 sometimes. If you super evo her, each one of those hits deals an additional 1 damage to the enemy's face. So, you can use her to finish out a game if you need to. Medusa is insane. You will draft her, you will love her, and she will kill anything you want her to kill. Glad Impaler is an 8-mana 5/8 with the fanfare of selecting an enemy follower on the field, dealing it 5 damage, and restoring 5 defense to your leader. The ability is fine, the healing is relevant, and it does act as removal. His stats are pretty good. He has a pretty fat butt. The only problem is that he is very, very expensive, and at 8 mana, you want to be usually ending a game as Abyss, and this doesn't really give you enough value to, end a game out. He's fine, you will end up playing him in some drafts, but you're not going to be, jumping for joy over it. Cerberus, Hellfire Unleashed is an 8-mana 6/6 with fanfare. Summon a Mimi right paw Hellhound and Coco left paw Hellhound. Mimi is a 1-mana 2/1 that deals 2 damage to your enemy when it dies. Coco is a 1-mana 1/2 that heals your face for 2 when it dies. And for Necromancy 6, you give all other allied followers on the field +2/+0. If you super evolve her, she reanimates 1 2 times. This is an easy 5 out of 5. When she comes down, she basically is a 6/6 with a 4/1 and a 3/2 storm rush. You can then hit one of those rush followers into something, super evil her, and generate another 2 copies of it. And those will also have rush and give you abilities. She's a finisher, she's a healing spell, she is board control, she does everything that you want to be doing in Take 2, she's everything that you want to be doing in Constructed. She is indeed keeping Abyss relevant, and you will draft probably anywhere up to 2 to 3 copies of her if you can get her. Jinsetsu and Yuzuki Twin Calamities is our last card. This is a 9-mana 5/9 that is modal on fanfare, where you can either summon 4 copies of One-Tailed Fox, which is a 2/3 with Rush and Ward, and the ability that, and the last words of when it dies, it buffs your Jinsetsu and Yuzuki, or you destroy 4 random enemy followers and restore 4 defense to your leader. This is another 5 out of 5. This is absolutely insane. The downside of it being expensive is not as bad in Take 2 as it is in Constructed, because you are going to be getting to turn 9 pretty much every single game. Do you need to build a board and make the foxes? Do you need to kill and heal? Then you kill and heal. Super flexible, does everything that you want her to do, and is a premium 9-drop premium legendary. If you get her and Cerberus in your first pick, then yeah, you're super happy with that draft. So, where does Abyss fall? Abyss has a lot of really good cards and a very high quantity of super good legendaries, but at the end of the day, Abyss lives and dies by its sticky minions. If you get board cleared, then Abyss isn't anywhere as good. So you either play the hyper aggro game or you play the value game. And if you're playing the value game, you're still going to have like cards in your deck like Arrow and Balto and like these one drops, which aren't very good for you. So the main problem with Abyss is going to be the same thing that Rune struggles with, which is consistency. But if you get a really consistent Abyss draft, you can very easily get to 7 wins. Abyss is probably like closer to Dragon than it is to Rune, but it is unfortunately not within the same realm as Sword or Portal. So it's a good tier 1, but it's not like super amazing. Alright, and that's it for Abyss, and we will see you in the next one. Whew. Oh my gosh, what's left? Haven and Portal? I'm dying! I'm dying! Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna call it for the set review here. And then tomorrow I will do another stream. I will finish Haven and Portal. Then Monday I will stream and actually play Take Two and set up and get everything uploaded to YouTube. I'll probably still do some editing and upload, you know, what I currently have to YouTube. But whew, this took a lot out of me. Oh my gosh. I did not expect this to take as long as it did. So yeah, we're gonna call it here for now. I'm going to continue doing the set review tomorrow at I'll start again at the same time I did last time, 6 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna finish off Haven. We're gonna do Portal. The full set review will be on YouTube. It should be up by Monday and Tuesday at the latest. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone who showed up. Thank you to everyone who came and watched. And if you didn't, then that's fine too. And I'm having OGSA's card count. I mean, if I was doing every card, that would be bad. But like, doing it on a step-by-step basis really isn't that bad. Like, this is gonna get easier when the next set comes out. So I'm not really that worried. It's just that 275 cards is a lot for like the first set review. Alright, thank you everyone. Bye bye for now. Good night. Let's do it.